Hi, all. Welcome to the second day of the Urgency Intensive. Welcome to the Jan van Eyck Academy. Welcome to the online environment. We are so pleased to have you here to this second day. Yesterday was a fantastic evening. It was so inspiring to have so many speakers and so many good speakers, to have the two vice chairs here explaining us what the IPCC is about, also allowing us to ask some questions about it, and the discussion after that with Carolina and Roman relating to time, relating to intergenerational justice, relating to indigenous cultures. That was truly inspiring and a very good kickoff. So today, with our investigation into the larger questions relating to art, practice, and climate change, which is what the Urgency Intensive is about, I would like to make you aware that we are recording and we'll be making this available afterwards online. So please let us know if you don't want this, or this is something that we would love to do because we want to make these things accessible to people. I'm going to introduce the first performance. The performance Travel to a Parallel Present, that results from a collaboration between current Jan van Eyck Academy participants, the Soft Protest Digest, and Arvid Marie. With the metaphor of invisible foods as a range of speculative futures we cannot conceive, the video punctuated by images of recipients made of various materials and technologies dwells on the idea of containers as possible bodies and institutions. I welcome you all, and I'll give it to the performers.
Is the recipient empty? Antimicrobial ceramic bowl? Or is the food invisible? As you stand in your present existence, your primal container is the cell, now slaw of skin, scale, or shell. In a perpetual transformation, we move into a different time and become recipients. Again. What is contained? As you stand in your present existence, water, and more precisely seawater, the main ingredient in the recipe of life. As life emerged and thrived in the Earth's oceans, the chemical concentration of both the inside of cells and most fluids used by living beings are surprisingly close to seawater. Your very own blood. Your blood's osmotic pressure and nutrients concentration is constantly regulated by organs like the kidneys to remain close to a seawater-like concentration. Despite your evolution on land, the very soup you contain within your membrane is your own synthetic ocean. As you project yourself in a different time, you wonder about containers, recipients, like institutions. What do they contain? What do they separate? What will the primordial soup inside of them create? Carbon trapping, bread plank. Do you sometimes have metabolic anxiety? What to consume? What to contain? Refill and reimagine the content of yourself, as if your mind was a 2-foot compactor that squishes beyond meat's burgers to test for chewiness, juiciness, and elasticity. Can you reach that peak meatiness? Can you reach your success? Biofuel leftover bowl. All right. You leave your current existence behind. What do you wish to replenish your new body with? Chlorophyll-colored concept of post-combustion world, self-organizing ecologies where land is given back to the landless, oceans to water bodies, foraged lunches in gardens of abundance, a glass of clean water, radiation-efficient lithium coal. Are you thinking of naming your offsprings Chevron, ExxonMobil, or Royal Dutch Shell? Maybe you are hoping for that techno fixes that will capture carbon, capture your life as it is in stasis, without hope, remove you from disease, or biomanufacture a new kidney made of cellulosic algae kidney filtering GMO, soy and soylent, taking in carbon dioxide direct, excreting farmer unions and IPCC committees. Is that it? Will fiction save you from yourselves? What stories will you tell robots? Is there a future in our nature? Is there a future in our nature? In the end, it all comes down to the recipient. Self-cleaning cocoa flexi plate. What recipient is the IPACC? What does it contain? What recipient will you choose to become? Is the recipient empty? Or is the food invisible? Right. You feel it now, don't you? You've moved to a different time, a different state. Focus on that feeling. Feel that biological extension. Feel the fertile topsoil and decompose yourself. Decompose yourself. Decompose yourself as we shall all become compost. Again.
Wow, thank you very much, Arvid and Marie and the Soft Protest Digest for this travel to a parallel present. I hope you all had a smooth travel with us, and it's from this fictional present that I would like to welcome you to the second day of the second edition of the Urgency Intensive. And as we have said before, this year we proposed the IPACC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Art and Climate Change, as an object for discussion. Yesterday we had really amazing discussions, as Hisham has already pointed out, and today and tomorrow the focus of our conversations will be the IPACC in itself. For that, we have drawn inspiration from a decision-making and political movement Japanese researchers are implementing called Future Designs, and we will have a group of professionals divided into two smaller groups, one enacting the present, this parallel present, and another one enacting a future a future that is 7 generations ahead of us. Today, we have 2 different roundtables, starting with this one in the morning, where the group of the present will discuss prospectively what the IPACC can bring, what are its shortcomings, and what can be its potentialities. And in the afternoon, starting from 2 Central European time, we'll have a roundtable with a group of the future that will look retrospectively at what the IPACC has achieved, what were its shortcomings, and what were its successes. Both groups will be in conversation tomorrow in the 3rd day for the assembly, where Arvid and Marie will take us to a point outside of time so that both groups, present and future, can converse. These 2 days are Zoom meetings and not webinars as yesterday, so we would like to have you all attending, present in the discussion. And later on, we will open the Q&A and the discussion for all the attendees. So make sure you have your questions ready and make sure we can also see you and hear you. I would like to introduce Inga Lāce, who I have the pleasure to co-curate this event with and who will give us more information about her side of this fictional present.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Bruno. Good morning. So basically, to delve deeper into this question of time, so this and the background of why future design. So this principle of inclusion, a forthcoming generation in the decision-making process, has deep connections with the 7th generation principle of indigenous cultures, which urges the current generation of humans to live and work for the benefit of the 7th generation ahead. So it's about 140 years into the future. And the 7th generation notion takes root in the founding document of the Iroquois Confederacy, a historical indigenous confederacy in North America, and the oldest living participatory democracy on Earth. And this philosophy is also common in many other Native American nations and indigenous peoples around the world. And we would also like to thank Professor Tatsuyoshi Sayo, who is the founder of Future Design, for his help and inspiration in sharing the insights into the method, because we are very happy to use it and to try it out these days. And so just to go back a little bit to yesterday, that may also kind of bridge some pathway to today in relation to long-term thinking. And we've had really insightful and beautiful discussions with chairs of the actual IPCC that we are referring to in our kind of imaginary of the IPACC. And writer Roman Knarish and artist Carolina Caicedo were also there to open up this possibility of arts and culture to be this partner for imagination and different speculative scenarios, and also engaged work to change the paradigm of extractive capitalism or of this extraction that we are so used to in relation to nature, instead of art being just an illustrator. So that was something that like really came up yesterday, like illustrator or representator of different problems. And then, another thing that came was this tension between the urgency with which the climate crisis should be treated and the long-term approach which we are proposing or exercising or thinking about, which also it requires, right? And another important point that raised discussion was how not to how to learn but not to instrumentalize the knowledges that we take from, for instance, indigenous people, or and like how to always check oneself, weaving in ways of giving back or giving visibility. And so with all these thoughts that we've already gathered, we are very happy to enter this day, and I'm happy to introduce Taru Elfwing, who will moderate the first discussion of the present. And Taru Elfving is a curator, a researcher, and writer based in Helsinki, Finland, and her practice focuses on nurturing transdisciplinary encounters and site-sensitive artistic investigations at the intersections of ecological, feminist, and decolonial thought. And as artistic director of CAA Contemporary Art Archipelago, she's currently working in collaboration with contemporary artists and environmental scientists on the research project Vectors in Change on the island of Saili in the Baltic Sea. Yeah, so please welcome Taru.
Thank you, Inga. And thank you very much for this invitation. What an amazing event. And yesterday was really, truly inspiring last night. So I've got a lot of notes on that already, that hopefully everybody's making a lot of notes, and because the idea is that we will have an open discussion a lot, at different stages today and tomorrow. But so, to our group. So our group has been invited to think, speak and listen from the present. Representing the present, we also feel quite strongly that we represent the future past. And moreover, we acknowledge that the present is not one, but many, and time is neither a linear narrative of progress, nor a future apocalypse. Climate breakdown is already lived by many. It is not only that of the future, but also of the past. The present is therefore marked by the urgency to not only prepare for the future, but also to repair past damage. I think this came up quite strongly also yesterday in the discussions. But our role today is to think prospectively on how an intergovernmental panel on art and climate change could come about. So what could be the agency of art and creative practices in relation to climate emergency and ecological breakdown? What could be the significance and roles of the IPACC 7 generations ahead? What are the transformations the IPACC could bring to the future? What should be implemented now to sustainably achieve these long-term goals? We will start with short presentations now and a conversation between the speakers, but hoping that this will feed and nurture an open discussion that will follow. And I encourage everybody to write questions already as we go to the chat, and so that we can return to them later on when we have a number of occasions to talk together. So I thought that I'll introduce the speakers, all the three speakers now. I'm really happy to be able to share this moment, this sort of virtual roundtable with these three speakers, and to then open up from there. So Fernanda Casiadori's practice engages the relationship between culture and nature as manifested in multiple contexts, from landscape and the rural to desires and expectations in relation to identity, crisis, utopia, and social change. His work addresses connections and cooperation from microorganisms to social systems, and from traditional art languages, collaborative agroecological projects and actions. Fernanda's work has been shown at Tensta Konsthal, Van Ape Museum, Reina Sofia Museum, Documented 12, and Biennales of Gwangju, Istanbul, and Athens, amongst others. Since 2010, he has been developing a project called Inland, in which he dissolves his authorship. And I actually thought that I would introduce all the three speakers now, and then we can sort of have more flowing sort of presentations from one to the next. So then Natasha Petrosian-Bachelet is an independent curator, editor, and writer. Interdependent. Beautiful, Natasha. Among the exhibitions she has curated are Contour Biennale, Colton and Scotten in Mechelen, 2019. Let's Talk About the Weather, Art and Ecology in Times of Crisis, with Nora Razian, Sersok Museum, Beirut, and Guangdong Times Museum, Gwangju, 2016 and 18. She also curates the project Not Fully Human, Not Human at All, organized by Cadiz, Paris, from 2017 to 21. And she is currently editor-in-chief of Versopolis Review. She's also co-founder of the Initiative for Practices and Visions of Radical Care with Elena Sorokina. And in 2021, Natasha has been appointed Cultural Programs Manager at the Cité International des Arts, Paris. And then our third speaker, Suzanne Dalival, is a climate justice creative, campaigner, researcher, lecturer in environmental justice, and trainer in creative strategies for decolonization. She's the co-founder of the UK Tar Sands Network, and she has led campaigns and artistic interventions to challenge fossil fuel investments in the Arctic and Nigeria that violate the rights of indigenous peoples. Suzanne has lectured globally on white supremacy in environmentalism and has offered creative strategy workshops to decolonize activism and to find creative strategies to recenter Indigenous, Black, people of color, and frontline voices in climate media and communications. She's also working as a consultant at Indigenous Climate Action and the Indigenous Environmental Network. So much more could be said about these three speakers, but I'll let them speak instead. And I thought maybe in the beginning as well, because we are kind of in this virtual roundtable now, but this conversation really kind of calls for being grounded. So maybe everybody could also state in the beginning where they're speaking from at this current moment. So I shift the kind of the mic from virtual mic from Helsinki now to Fernando first, and then Natasha, and then Suzanne.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Taru. Thank you, Inga and Bruno, and all Jan van Eyck for putting this object together. That I think is really already super inspiring and enriching a lot. You know, the possibilities to think about where we are and where we could be. Yesterday started very, very interestingly as well. I think that also we have to recognize that the value of this object as a design object as well, in the sense that I've been in UN discussions of operational groups, for example, and they end up with just like Zooms with chats in which they say, for example, Belarus supports Russia, and then Trinidad Tobago supports whatever. So I mean, it's really sometimes difficult to think in this virtual realm now to create forms of engagement and to resonate further, no, than what the screen allows. But well, it's great that we are getting used to the system in terms of low carbon form of discussion fora. And well, I told Taru I would start first. I don't know why I said that, but I think I will try to add to the questions she was prompting for this first session of the present. And I would start by asking some general questions that would connect with some of my practice and then hopefully feed into the whole process of these 2 days. But first of all, if we were now really considering how there would be an arts component within the IPCC, the first thing I would ask myself is, who is the commissioner? Like, who am I talking to? Who is like calling me now? And then I think that it would be important to consider the different possibilities here. For example, we could be being like part of a UN body or a specific department within, for example, the whole building of FAO or the whole building of the UN Convention to Combat Desertification of many of the UN bodies that have been created, and then we would be dealing with the let's say the haute fonctionnariat, no, the high-end bureaucracy at a global level. We would be being asked to come in by scientists, and then we would be just part of, let's say, an independent network of specialists within the fields, but also could be part of a civil society movement. I wanted to share just some images of my experience within that, if I manage, sorry. Because I started in 2007 to work at this realm of the international fora by proposing a world gathering of nomadic peoples, a world alliance of nomadic peoples, no, that would involve an assembly and then to question different problems and challenges, no, that they are facing at their local level. And for me, it was also an experience of modeling futures. We started with a 7 days gathering and started by asking all the representatives, the 300 nomadic peoples from more than, I think it were more than 80 countries, asking about imagine you wake up one day in one decade. How would you like to see your communities, your land around, your animals, your territories? And then the second day we ask them, okay, from that vision to what you have now as main obstacles, what are the difficulties, the problems that make that vision to seem unattainable? And then the third day we started to work on the ways to somehow go over those limitations. The experience since then has been very, well, I would say I've been quite absorbed, because the process of coming from that gathering into an organization that had this global scope, the World Alliance of Nomadic Peoples, also allowed us to try to find ways to interfere in the many discussions being held at the UN system. And we realize now in this moment that actually there is a moment of deep questioning of the role of civil society movements and the spaces of participation that have been opened to be continued in the future. What I mean is that, for example, we are now in a moment in which we are about to maybe leave the discussions on the space of the civil society mechanism that was created by the Food and Agriculture Organization to discuss on food sovereignty, because the UN decided, for example, that the World Food Summit will happen together with the World Economic Forum. Imagine what that means. It means that you bring the space of civil society discussion on food, that is a basic right, to the Davos bunch of people, no? Like the super elite. So I think this is very symptomatic of the moment we are in which civil society is progressively diminished or just taking into a form of a let's say, cosmetic appearance, and then the chances to really influence are less and less. I think also that we should ask ourselves, who are we, as cultural producers, the cultural realm, because it's really heterogeneous. It's not a single thing. All the artists. Well, I think it's composed by, for example, different ways of understanding art. There is like the notion of art as we would see it, I don't know, in Art Basel, Miami, or in in whatever space of spectacular art, and that sometimes is what is coming into the UN nations. I've been in UN meetings about the future of oceans, and then having like huge sculptures of plastics, making things to show like so this kind of a spectacular like thing of wow, it's bombastic, and Instagram art is there, and how far we relate with that, because this is the easy catch, when we say let's convene a message to society. So then we have also utilitarian design, and I think Jan van Eyck is beautifully bringing the art thinking with the design thinking, and the idea of making a design for the 99% of the people, and making things that are like challenging climate change, and well, it's like let's say changing horses on the go, and then the question of an art world that maybe, for example, I could feel I connect to an art world that is like questioning even the art world itself, but it's also very much dominated by a system of influences, a hierarchy. Like where are the theorists? Where are the curators? What are the curators for? Would be the curators leading the conversation? The curators at some point appeared in the contemporary art historical moment because they were mediators between the artist and society because of the progressively complex language that contemporary art was becoming. So when we said, okay, science is very complex, we cannot go to the people with that. Let's go to art, but sorry, but art has become like a super difficult, sophisticated, self-referential ivory tower language for the connoisseurs. So do we need the curators to keep mediating? Will they be the artists of artists? Because we cannot really, as artists, go beyond our complex making and then they go into managerial aspects of running an exhibition. So let's think that they come to the artist, they talk to us and they say, okay, we want you to start to work with this. So then I will wonder, okay, what is our expertise? What can we offer? What is that we are really good at? Are we like consultants? I remember a very, very interesting example that really influenced me a lot when I started to develop this idea of expanded sphere of social intervention and socially plastic, that was the artist placement group in the 70s. And I think that was a very beautiful moment in which the artists were just brought with their specialties to work with, I don't know, British Airways to work with. So I take as a reference, but also I think that the artists now that we have around often have been formed with the wrong assumptions, the wrong values, the wrong mediums, and the wrong skills. I mean, we are like the sons and the daughters of a system that has been evolved in the 60s, 70s, globalization, galleries, careerism, the cult for the new, shocking the viewer, being unique, all these things that actually make us to feel like super privileged and to just be operators of, as I said, a very, very inaccessible language we have. So the next question I would ask myself would be what for? What for to have artists in the IPCC? Well, this body is formed by designers that make graphics, scientists, philosophers, behavioral scientists, we were hearing about this yesterday, system dynamics, computer engineers. All this becomes like a think tank that is really efficient on processing information. It's a little bit like what I was in a residence in Cambridge, and there was the Center for the Study of Existential Risk. And this is amazing because you have like people like the Royal Astronomer thinking how the world will cease to exist because of nanotechnology getting crazy or whatever. But what I mean is that there is already a very sophisticated and complex body that is convening knowledge and information to depict scenarios, to project tendencies, to point at bifurcations, and to speculate on futures. So this is being done, and then how this is transferred to society into imaginaries. Well, I start to think that the futures are really super well depicted by the media, film, and what I would call the cultural entertainment complex. If you think in the military industrial complex and the pharmaceutical, there is like the complex that fill of content our screens, and it's like depicting futures and creating scenarios, and that's really reaching a lot of like the broader society that have access to these platforms of dissemination, cultural or entertainment content. So I question then, what for? I mean, the problem is not then to project and to think, but actually is to not to imagine either. I think it's more to implement the politicization of these visions, the politicizations of these pointings. And this is the question. The scientists have been like covered with the white coat as the neutral observer. No? This is coming from enlightenment. And then it's like apolitical. Well, now we have to start to question this for the art, because the art has been also very much taken since the l'art pour l'art movement in the 19th century, also to that sphere of apparent neutrality. Like we don't engage with politics, we're just creating references and so on. I think that art can really be disturbing. It questions the frame, it questions the box we are thinking usually, and actually it would question even the climate problem, in the sense that I think that sometimes some political theorists are also pointing at the climate problem or the climate crisis as just a way to, let's say, project in a form of biospheric, atmospheric, far distant problem and shared agency, a question that relates with our everyday and actually the way we operate with material resources, energy flows and so on. It's like also not just the air and the atmosphere and the meteorology, it's also the land, it's the use of resources and waste, it's the extinction. So we actually have to talk about the paradigm that is bringing climate change, that is thermocapitalism and post-industrialism in some cases. So let me just, if I have a moment to share the screen once more. Are we still on time? Let me try, because the thing is that the screening was not working very well. Okay, I try to move faster. So, well, some images of the nomadic peoples. But yesterday, I think that the last speaker was very interestingly putting a little bit of a point in what we should look at. No? I remember we were asked to make a poster for an exhibition, and this is the poster we came at in Inland. No? Like this was before Corona, so it was a moment in which I was in the mountains, looking all the planes coming out back and forth, stay in a place attentive, cultivating bounds to store food for the cold days that could be also warm. So I think this is maybe a little bit of our role. We are not just thinkers, we are makers. And we have to start to think on making scale models. So this was the idea of Inland, started 10 years ago, a form of a parent institution that would create the conditions to those other forms of being an artist, of thinking as well, how and to whom and where art happens. So producing knowledge, training, and also producing farm craft art produce that is traded to create a financial support to access to the land. This has a genealogy. For example, I remember in the reading about the 70s, 60s, 70s, early agroecologists in the times of Freire and Boal that were like coming from working in the fields to really work with peasant movements and farmers movement, especially in Latin America, but also in other places, and challenging the idea of the intellectual, finally, the specialized cultural worker to work in the field, for example, producing radio programs and so on. So that genealogy, if you remember, Taru, we were talking about this in the Frontiers in Retreat when we were doing that project in Scotland, looking at the problem of land reform, that a Land Reform Act was published but not implemented. And then I was proposing like a future field agent, the artist as a local agent of agroecological dynamization. We don't use the word development much because it involves like the notion of growth and so on. So maybe think more on how we could become those field agents and how we could train the artists to be that. These are some of the projects we started in 22 villages with local communities that are actually pretty much also affected by climate change, and then becoming new curriculum, a project working with 9 universities around the continent and a village we are recovering as a kind of a village lab. So we bring the different practitioners from landscape studies, art, or engineering, and we create this form of new curriculum looking at subjects like mountain, how a mountain goes with an eucalyptus monoculture, but also transitions to native forest, how the village is a space of conviviality, how there could be new village contracts, the forest itself, and working, for example, with our member, Inland member, Nell, who's a shepherd, or with artists like Hito Steyl, thinking on the dynamic of a national park. What is the problem with rewilding? How we work, for example, with cheese producers that are being affected by wolf attacks, and how this cheese, for example, that we produce actually could become also a currency, the cheese coin. So the importance of, as artists, not only to think on content, but to think on the continent, how we exist as an artist, how to create our economies and our systems of reference, to later engage with new alliances, for example, local villagers, to create systems of overcoming the everyday and characters and masks. And I think that there's a lot of wisdom and a cultural practice that we cannot just ignore. No? I think that we are spiritually very poor compared with those peasant and indigenous cultures that we have left behind. So it's a moment to rethink the whole paradigm and bring it back to society. So I think I would leave it here. This is like some of the project we do, like bringing the ship then to the city and creating like interfaces, spaces with the people in the city, so they relate to the other, to the animal, to the land with other eyes, not only with them. This is our mobile radio station / dairy, and well, I will leave it here. Hopefully, it makes sense of some kind.
Thank you, Fernando. Natasha, do you want to jump in straight away?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I would like first to thank you to all the who invited me and us and thought about this conference, as well as I would like to say hello to some friends that I see in the assembly here, at least on Zoom, and to say that I'm talking to you from Paris. Where I live since now it will be 16 years, but I'm originally from Slovenia. And talking about interdependence, it's going to be one part of what I would like to say. So yes, indeed, about, Fernando, you gave us the food for thought, thought for food, food for thought. About the pertinence, the relevance, the existential questions of what can we expect from this present moment to stay there for the future generations. I think it's a really difficult exercise that we are invited to do, But thanks also to yesterday's speakers, there are techniques, there are ways of thinking and doing that involve a lot of, how to say, our competencies that are based on empathy. And I think this is one of the key, let's say, phenomena that we can use as beings that are still called humans. I work, as Tara said in the introduction, I work currently a lot about, I'm very interested in thinking if human is still actually, as Olivier Marbeuf says, if it's still a desirable term, knowing that so many atrocities have happened throughout the centuries in the name of human, and for the name of, for the sake of humanity. So I think that this will be somehow questions that that I would like to relate to in my presentation. I will speak from a very situated experience. Do you see this? Yeah, it's okay, great. So I, in the sense of questions about where to speak from, I decided to speak very much from an experience that I started together with my colleague, an interdependent curator, as I am, Elena Sorokina. So it's the Initiative for Practices and Visions for Radical Care that we based in greater metropole of Paris. So also everything that I will say somehow relates to my understanding, or let's say the knowledge that I have of the global North art system. If it sounds a little bit abstract sometimes, I'll try to give an example of what we mean or what we try to do with it. And I would say that in that way, I would hope that this kind of small gestures that we are trying to do might have an influence in let's say, not only relationships that there exist in the art institutions and that are really, as I write here, infused with racial capitalism. So they are infused with, something so obsolete and so dangerous as white privilege or competitivity, instead of thinking that actually, you will see on my images that there are a lot of people smiling. And what if art could be something that is based on friendship and mutuality and not competitivity, but this all goes, of course, to the question of racial capitalism and capitalism as the system in which art is so much infused. And I agree with Fernando that there are many art worlds and there are many art systems, but the prevailing one still is the one that let's say, aspires and functions in some kind of, let's say, imposing of hierarchies of power, abuse of power. We have seen a lot in the last years of undermining, with the movement of Me Too, Black Lives Matters. There is a whole movement of not only of civic, but really art-related and art-inspired movements that are getting against the oppressive behavior that exists in the art system. So I'm trying to speak about how could this art system that still exists there and that is in a way that can be transformed, I believe, into spaces of humbleness, interdependence, and really importantly, that this happens first on a local level. And I think this is something that we all agree that being situated is the way to go in order to deal with huger issues of climate urgency on one hand, but also the future, or many futures, as we have also heard yesterday. So the initiative, just briefly, started really from a long-term work that we both with Elena established. We are still calling ourselves interdependent curators by really, let's say, trying to think and practice the meaning of interdependence as something that is based on relationships of care and the understanding of mutuality as the only valid relationship that we should establish in order to respect one each other and care for each other. It was established during, was actually launched in a way as a kind of invitation to a group of artists that we have been working with for some time, or have been in conversation with, who are living all in Greater Paris area and whose practices are based on care relationships. We are in a way, let's say, how to say, reclaiming the word of radical care, because care has become also something that, especially in the pandemics, have been almost abused. So the radical care really wants to let's say, reclaim the notion of or let's say the importance of thinking about care in intersectional way, which means that we are thinking together race, gender, class, sexuality, as those phenomena that coexist. And unfortunately in France at this moment, if you have been following recent conversations, it's not very inspiring, and it's not very, it's almost fascizing in the terms of the government actually understanding the theory of intersectionality as something that is prone to separatism and even Islamist extremism, as they call it. So they are launching a huge how to say, crusade. I would really use the word crusade to look into the academies, universities, to find the professors who are working with, for example, intersectional methods, who are working on issues of decoloniality. So I'm sorry because I'm getting stressed while speaking, but it is an extreme situation of present moment. So how to undo that when something on such a governmental level is coming towards you, you know? So they even coined it Islamo-leftism. So just to say that there is a total delirium in that. So in the initiative, we are a group of artists, curators, writers of very different backgrounds, but all somehow related to practices that we consider with Elena might become extinct in near future, not in 7 generations, but in less than 1 generation. So practices that are based on care, that are based on ethics, anti-racism, anti-sexism, and certain environmental understanding or understanding of the importance to work with the other as well as with who is either human or non-human. And we consider them being vulnerable because they will not be able to be supported through the existing art system because of the forthcoming economic crisis that we probably foresee all that will follow the current pandemics and the lockdown that is being let's say put in place while there is too little, let's say, importance given to really taking this moment in order to transform our ways of thinking, working, doing on a larger political scale. Artists are either, some of them are asylum seekers, some of them have the status of refugees, some of them are established artists from the existing art system. And we try to meet, we are having regularly picnic assemblies, we call them picnic assemblies, where we try to speak about where we are with certain projects, practices, problems, urgencies, and we try to see how with different competencies that each of them has, either with alliances or networks or personal or professional possibilities, we try to actually support and help each other. It's as easy as that. And we usually meet under a tree in public gardens of Paris. So that's also why here it's written, residing with others, talking to trees, rivers, animals, spirits. It's something that we do regularly, also because here next to the tree, I'm sitting with a big smile. I'm close to Kati Tutayasu, who is maybe some people know who are here. She's educated as anthropologist, but is actually a shaman of Afro-Amerindian origin, and she's part of the initiative and a really important member of it. We are also trying to think, this is something that comes from my previous experience as well. When we work, and this comes very much in relationship to what Inga was saying in the introduction about how art cannot be, how artistic practice should not be only an illustrator or a representation. What kind of materials are we using? So tracing the materials, trying to think how, Fernando mentioned the plastic sculpture. So what kind of carbon footprint actually a material that is being used as artistic material carries, and how to talk about that, how to change that, how to work maybe with homegrown paper, or thinking about where does if I use the pencil, where does its material come from? What has it been done? What has been destructed in a way? So this is a kind of I would say something that we are speaking a lot about. Intersectional feminism is very important to us because, as Françoise Vergès has written in a large amount of her books, the cleaning and carrying of spaces that are there in order for art to be seen are carried by, usually by the racialized bodies and racialized communities, mostly women. So that this cleaning and caring for spaces that we inhabit could be something that is mutualized, or that at least, for example, the relationship to those who are working with cleaning and caring for the spaces could be a transformed relationship within the institutions of art. I mean, this I think we see way too little, and it happens, for example, whenever I start working in an institution, I always ask the members, because especially here in France, it's something that is quite present, that usually the services are outsourced, and nobody even knows the names of these people who are actually enabling that art takes place in something that we used to call some kind of white cubes or some kind of neutral spaces. And in order to go back to our question, so how to transform those institutions, I would say that it's really important. Like, it's not a, I would say it's not a coincidence that Jan van Eyck is doing this project now. Jan van Eyck being the place for residencies as well, and myself having started to work in one of the, I think it's the biggest, hugest space for artist residencies that exists since the 60s in Paris, Cité Internationale des Arts. I think that we will understand that the residency, that not only that the residency, but that that the answers for us to think about the 7 generations ahead are already here, and they just have to be supported and looked at attentively. So, for example, residency that allows somebody to stay, not be thinking for a certain period of time about how to how to pay the rent for the artists speaking, of course, or curators. Having the time to think, to be preserved in some way for some period of time in order to create, to relate to each other. I think the form of residency is something that we should take along and perhaps think even to transform all art spaces into residency spaces. You know, wouldn't that be wonderful? And to have community gardens around and sheep and food laboratories and working with, for example, in Cité des Arts, we have this quite interesting, it's a bad word, but a very symptomatic cohabitation. There are every night in front of it come a group of homeless people who stay there for the night. They sleep there. They have each their own space. The city is in relation with, in intensive relationship with the association who comes monthly to check on the situation. And many artists have been actually thinking about, like, while they were staying at Cité, there were some meals organized together with them and for them. And so how to, you know, can you imagine like a larger museum doing that as well, or trying to think about this kind of cohabitation? And you will see that there is not a lot of direct, let's say, speaking about climate urgency as such, but I think it really starts here. It really starts in first understanding how we are relating to each other in order to transform the relationship then with the non-humans and with our environment that we so radically are destroying. So the routing, the routing is an important discussion for me, understanding that through the pandemics, not only that you know that let's say the relationship to or the kind of transformation is possible of how we relate to each other, but also understanding that, as Eliseo Macamo says, that you know, the crisis is us. The crisis is us. It's really a certain behavior that is related to racial capitalism that has been put in place for so long and for too long that we are where we are. So I would stay here with it and of course get back to you when there are questions.
Thank you, Natasha. I know that we are already running a little bit late of the schedule, but we have quite a bit of time for discussion, so I'm not too concerned about that. So I don't want to stop you because everybody has so much to say. So Suzanne, and then we can continue. Suzanne there?
She's muted.
Okay. Suzanne, are you muted?
That's better.
Okay.
Too many tabs open. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much as well for the invitation and to this space. And actually, I've been so grateful for the prompt and the provocation to come into now, to come into the present. So often with working at the intersection of climate justice and art, we are springboarded into the future or into the pains of colonialism and misogyny, which has got us to this moment. So I've really enjoyed the past few days of meditating on this idea of the present and presencing. And myself, I'm a daughter of a polymath, and my practice moves between art and activism. And so I really sort of think that it's important that we have this space to ask the question, what is art at this time? What is the human being? And especially as someone who moves between those spaces, as I said. So this first image here I just wanted to share is actually a megaphone, which I reversed the engineering within it so that it became a listening device. And I think it's a really important depiction of so much of the work and the research that needs to take place before we even get on a megaphone, before we even design our actions and our interventions. And so that's kind of the spirit with which I approached this presentation today, that there is a real history, recent history of art and activism working together. So I wanted to share a little bit of that history with you there today. So yeah, as I mentioned, my work has primarily been looking at the intersection and the space where Indigenous rights, extractivism, and climate injustice are taking place. So this is actually the Canadian boreal forest on the top, what is now being desecrated and looks like the moon. You know, a lot of these future apocalyptic scenarios that we imagine are actually here, and the IPCC has already for the last decade been calling for the Canadian tar sands to be shut down. As you know, we've already hit the peak of conventional fuels, and instead of transitioning to a just future, we're now relying on heavy, dirty oils such as the Canadian tar sands. So this is taking place on the lands of Indigenous peoples. It's been going for 50 years. And there is actually no cumulative impact assessment of the projects. And the area is the size of England and Wales that has already been destroyed. So you can see that, again, as we think about the present, that it's really important that we understand that we already are in many of the scenarios that we think are coming into the future. And that's why it's important that, as well as climate change, we also talk about ecocide. So ecocide is currently being proposed as a new law, a new crime against peace, just like genocide. The territories that have been destroyed to this level, that there is criminal responsibility for the corporations and those involved in this. So I think that's one important thing that I want to bring to the table at the moment, is as well as future scenarios and parts per million and the carbon in the air, we have to think about the already existing devastation of territories. So this landscape is irrecoverable. You can't clean it up with carbon capture and storage technology. There's no way to replace the land or the land value that is there. And also it's, at the moment, there is no way to clean up the tailing ponds. So you're looking at irreversible damage. And I've walked through these tar sands, and it's pretty much like a war on the land. It's like there's cannons that fire off every minute to keep the animals from landing there. And I think that's really important as well in terms of bearing witness, to have this témoignage, to actually witness what has already happened to the block. I know for me, once I witnessed this and perceived it, it took me almost a year to be actually able to verbalize what I'd seen and what this meant for us as who are we as human beings and a civilization that we've already come to this time. So what this set me about doing was to actually create an international campaign. As I said, the IPCC has called for this to be shut down, but the mechanisms by which this is happening on the ground already could give us some clues to what this relationship between art and activism could look like. So, you know, at the time, I tried to activate the non-profit industrial complex, so a charity called Survival, to work on this. However, what we see is there's often a crisis of racism, of leadership within that sector. So that's where I quickly had to become an artist, in the sense of creating NGOs, creating organizations themselves. We have to think of the creation of organizations themselves as artworks to feed the need that we needed an international campaign that was responsive and led by Indigenous communities, that put their communications at the center, and that brought this to an international audience. So a lot of the work to internationalize frontline resistance, to expose the Canadian government, to show the violation of Indigenous rights happened on such a grassroots, you know, out of my bedroom in Streatham in South London. So I think that's something to really understand, that we are in a crisis within the movement itself, with the racism and the strategies and agendas on the table there. So that's really. So one thing I want to talk about a little bit is that you know, when people come to climate justice and climate activism afresh, there can be this sense of this need for newness. And I think it's really important to understand there are cultures of activism, forms of activism that have been taking place for, you know, since time immemorial, that this crisis is part of a continuation of this violence to the land. And so often the forms of activism become a really big question for me, and how do we support them and bring them into being from the wishes of the communities on the front lines. So for instance, this was a healing walk that took place along the tar sands, and the community had been doing a lot of international exposure, a lot of talking about this destruction. And there was also a need to talk about the healing that was needed. So there's also this space of bringing resources to make happen what needs to happen on the ground. Now, it was impossible to get any funding or resources from the non-profit space. Can you imagine saying, we need money for a healing walk? It doesn't even enter into the paradigm of what the strategies are. So often, as organizers, we're self-funding these, we're making these activities happen themselves. So that's really thinking about broadening what is the culture of activism, what is being asked from the community versus what we're bringing with our agenda, and that's a real presence thing there. So I'm just going to shift gears a little bit now as well. So this is in London, and so part of the campaign that we had with the tar sands was to really expose the corporate links to the UK, to follow that thread. So BP, Shell, a lot of those corporations, all of the largest corporations are invested in the tar sands. And so we did some work around BP, and many of you might know that BP sponsors many of the major art galleries in the UK and across Europe. So the first step was to expose that relationship, not just because of the money which comes from these corporations to the art world, which is actually not very much considering what they get for it. They get the social license to operate, they get to clean up their act. This was just after the BP Deepwater Horizon. So essentially, you know, they had a summer party, and we went outside the summer party with a group called Art Not Oil to bring the reality of that to that space. So what actually is this corporation involved in, and how is the art gallery complicit in allowing them to clean that up? So I think that's a really important thread of work that has been going, that would be interesting to continue. How do we, as well as moving forward with the art gallery, hold that complicity, understand where the resources have come from that exist in the current art world as well. So another part of the materials we can say that we work with is to look at the financial threads. What are the financial threads that connect to these projects that are happening far away? Again, to bring us into this map of how the climate crisis came about. So a lot of our work has been with shifting markets, with, again, bringing that reality to the shareholders, this is the BP AGM at the bottom, just after the Gulf disaster again, and to be in relationship to bring the reality of those spills, the fact that banks such as RBS, not only are they invested in carbon intensive projects, these are also projects that are illegal because they have not had the free, prior and informed consent of Indigenous communities. So that's another important part of this, is that how within the IPCC do we see the protection of Indigenous rights? You know, the UN acknowledges that 80% of the biodiversity that we need to protect is on Indigenous territory. However, there is no mechanism for ensuring Indigenous rights within the CARP agreement. There's only a separate research platform. So that's a question. If most of the destruction is happening on Indigenous territory, but we have no mechanisms for that, it's a real question about how we work at that interface. So another thing we've been trying to expose, to show, is how the Canadian government and the UK government, this colonial relationship continues, that despite best efforts, for instance, from the EU to try and ban tar sands oil from coming into Europe, the Canadian government worked really closely with the UK. At the time, there was a trade negotiation happening between Canada and Europe to try and undermine these climate legislations. So even though we have climate legislations moving forward, the lobbying power, the revolving door between industry, banks and corporations is so deep that often a lot of these climate legislations are just wiped out for the interest of trade negotiations as well. So that's something that we have to really think about, that where within these mechanisms are we interacting with the lobbying that's happening. And so this is just an action as well. I just want to talk a little bit there that there's a real saturation of climate change in the media, and these policies can be quite obscure and, to be honest, a little bit boring. You know, I spent 5 years at the European Parliament working on this. So we're constantly thinking about how do we visualize this? How do we bring this to a new audience? So this was a installation with felt artist Lucy Sparrow to bring the felt impacts of the tar sands. And I know I'm a little bit over time, so I'm just going to scoot forward a little bit. Again, this is a hat that we made for Kate Middleton, getting this into fashion magazines, just to constantly bring that forward. And as Tara mentioned at the beginning, there now is so concretely made up of our climate justice ancestors, and culture is such a crucial part of the climate justice movement. I know that because Shell worked along with the Nigerian government to execute Ken Saro-Wiwa and the Ogoni 9, who were crucial in the mobilization of the Ogoni people to assert the rights of indigenous people. So we know that the power of culture within activism is both key and crucial to mobilizing that. So this is an intervention that we did. Again, bringing the past into the present. This was a bust, a sculpture with a library and a film screening to bring those ancestors forward, and also to use this sculpture as a negotiation tool to try and get reparations for the devastation that Shell has been causing there. So, you know, as a lot of my work now as a researcher is dealing with the problem that we have, as we mentioned, of white supremacy within the movement. There has been a mobilization, but we have a real question of how do we keep, and this is the struggle within the struggle, how do we keep our voices in the center of this? How do we know the work that's been happened? How do we connect this to frontline movements? And art is crucial for this. I see this research as medicine to question our power, our positionality, so that we can rethink the strategies that we use in the movement going forward. And I think this comes out in the fact that we do have a broken telephone. While there's so much communication about climate change, it's not always connected to the front line. And I think this connects to this issue of care. You know, we're already in the crisis. We're already seeing mass cyclones. A huge chunk of the Himalayas glacier dropped off last week. It was nowhere in the media. So how do we connect and get out, make sure that we can move through the sort of the digital hyper real estate that has been hijacked by some of the larger brands, and how do we collaborate together to make sure that the next generation isn't having to deal with this white supremacy, and along with Greta there are other voices, and so these are just, you know, continually the ways that I have to find creative ways. This is a billboard outside of Soho House to bring the names of our community organisers forward, so that we can not only bring our names and our voices and our situations, but the deep strategies that we have in the climate crisis. I'll just end there.
Thank you, Susanne. So we have a little bit of time for discussion before there's the breakout rooms. So I thought that I'm sure you all have also questions and comments to each other, but maybe to kind of start this off, I thought I'll ask you all a question to kind of focus. There's so much there. So now I thought that maybe we'll focus on the kind of, okay, so what we were tasked to kind of figure out how to implement, how to set, you know, this IPACC together. So I was thinking of last night's presentation from the vice chairs of IPCC, that how they emphasized that the assessment of the panel are based on scientific peer-reviewed literature, and they recognize that this is also a kind of an obstacle, that there's a necessity to have criteria, but at the same time, there's a kind of, it makes it difficult to acknowledge, for example, many forms of knowledge that they already actually recognize the significance of, for example, of the indigenous peoples. And now they're looking at ways of how to include these knowledge into the assessments when they cannot be, found in the literature as such. So how do you see, what could be the criteria for IPACC? That how could we ensure that it would include a diversity of knowledges, practices and perspectives in the arts, also possibly those that we do not even recognize yet as significant when we're thinking of the kind of long-term future goal. Where to start from in order to kind of actually have that kind of openness while still having kind of some sort of criteria that allows us to kind of move forward to kind of institute. So would everybody like to take turns? Maybe that would be the best. So who wants to go first?
I can start. I think one of the criteria that we could start with would be ecocide. And given that at the moment this is going through the process of member states endorsing it, and I think it really sort of starts with the worst of the worst. So if we look at the tipping points, and I think that's a really good place to start. We often hear about the Amazon, but the Brill is also a tipping point. So if we look at tipping points and we think about mapping out what is the devastation that has already taken place, like I said, in the tar sands, we don't even have a cumulative impact assessment, the concrete devastation that has already happened. So there is the deep need for very concrete mapping to register the waterways that has happened, because industry is not doing that. It's so parceled up. So there needs to be an independent monitoring of extractive industries to understand the devastation that has already taken place. And I think the way that that could have a interdisciplinary angle to it is to work with traditional custodians of the land, to also look at the treaty rights that are being violated, because states such as Canada are also violating their own constitution and treaties. So that could also support the movement for sovereignty and for Indigenous rights and the health impacts that are happening there. And those also come with violent front lines. A lot of extractive industries continuing with the pandemic, it hasn't stopped. So I think a monitoring system that integrates Indigenous knowledge and brings resources to that existing work that needs to happen could be a great start. I'll pause there.
Thanks. Natasha?
Maybe I can take from here. Yes, I would just say that maybe going back to the question of what is art could be also a good criterion in order to be, let's say, to be sure that we can somehow carry on this field that we are talking about as well, and where does it intersect with the climate urgency. And I would say that, at least the way I see it, that it could be, how our governments are usually thinking in too much into in economic terms, and the kind of what does it bring actually? What does it mean? And so also it relates to the either let's say the one extreme is complete emergence, art related events or cultural events as a kind of what we saw before was this kind of cultural tourism that completely fed into carbon footprint that got excessive in art system, where artists and curators and everybody who is from art had to travel around constantly in order to sustain the project. So how to come around with this economics? I have been thinking a lot about the importance. It might sound weird, but the importance of art for public health. It's something that has been very much only seen through, let's say, art therapy, which is a kind of branch which is absolutely, left in more or less to certain interpretations of how art and music can influence our well-being. But I think like if just from the discussions that we have within the initiative, to think how racism destroys actually lives, how it influences that because of racialization, there are communities that have less life expectancy, how there is this gap in in understanding like who has the access to actually to have the time and the access to think regarding climate urgencies while they're having to deal with on a daily basis with residues of racist colonial relationships, you know. So how to think that everything is interconnected or is interdependent in that sense, in understanding art as something that contributes to better public health. I would be very much for thinking in those terms.
Thanks. Fernando?
Yes, well, thank you. I think that we have the mechanisms and we have sometimes frames that have been well signed and confirmed. For example, after many years, we managed to get the declaration, the UN Declaration on Peasant Rights, that was addressing land grabbing and so on. There is also resolutions for indigenous people's rights that have been like very useful instrumental tools to for example, try to force the process of previously informed consent. I think that it's about really having the political will and the courage to open those spaces of participation and input of the communities that are directly affected by policies or by the effect of policies in their territory. So that has to happen both at national, at regional, and international level. And what we see is that many of the agreements and declarations that have been signed, and if I'm not wrong, for example, I think the agreement on children labor was not signed by the United States, for example, and things like that. So I mean, when the countries are not really like forced to put that in practice, then it's like a little bit of a wishful thinking. And then about the other question you were asking, Taru, about the possible role of the arts articulating, or like somehow giving body to the perceptions and the knowledges and understandings, that non-scientific agents have on the field. I think that, well, again, it's not so much about having to fit that form of knowledge in the box of what we understand as, valid knowledge, but actually to just establish also other rules of the game, other mechanisms, other forms of and spaces of influence. So, I mean, it's about opening much more spaces of dialogue. So you don't need to have like a written evidence and data gathering, to understand and to hear from a native person about the vernacular knowledge, and experience of how climate change is changing for example, the vegetation of a certain alpine ecosystem. That's something they will tell, they will express. And we have used methodologies, for example, interviews that work with later poetry and then forms of the spoken word that we are now, for example, experimenting with indigenous peoples and the pastoralist communities. So yes, there are ways to later, like also in this form of participatory action research, empower the community by articulating what they are feeling, observing, and knowing.
We only have a few minutes left now, so maybe I'd also, invite you to kind of ask each other something or make comments. But I think there's kind of maybe something that we can discuss later on as well. Is this what comes up is the kind of a lot this emphasis, of course, on questioning what can be the art's role in this. Interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary work that needs to be done. But I'm also interested, there's a kind of, what you're also all saying in a way, that is, that the other disciplines are also allowing us to kind of really transform our understanding what the arts can be. And so there's a kind of interdependent relationship there already as well. kind of in a conversation between these different practices that are not monoliths, like the sciences are not monoliths, you know, the indigenous knowledges is not a monolith, you know, the arts is not a monolith. So really kind of how to kind of situate, I guess, these knowledges and is the kind of starting point somehow to kind of see how they can actually have a dialogue with each other in a meaningful way. But please, would you like to kind of we've got a few minutes, so I'll just open it up for you to also comment each other question. Anyone?
Maybe responding to what you're saying there, Taru, about this proposal, and I think, you know, within my own practice, most of the resources I get comes from art to do this work, because there is a crisis within the climate justice industry. The resources, the respect for Indigenous knowledge is so steeped within this white supremacy. It's one of the least diverse industries on the planet. So this need for almost art allyship, I call it, the space to do the research, to do this intersectional, interdisciplinary research, and to reflect on the forms of activism themselves and how they allow it to be a barrier. And also so we can come up with new forms. You know, I have to say, we've never had to face a climate crisis in the times of fascism before. So we need new forms as well. Some of the forms have become tired because of this sense of urgency. It can stop self-reflection. So the space of art becomes a space for us to pause, to think about where we are, to take stock, to assess the phenomenological on-the-ground needs, and to start injecting resources through collaboration, through resourcing, and spaces like this even, to start to think about that. So that's how I would really see it at the moment. There's a deep need for that allyship from the arts, especially for queer women of colour and frontline communities, because of this crisis of white supremacy in the movement itself.
Yes, I very much agree with Suzanne in the sense of allyship and alliances. And really, as I said before, also I think it also comes forth in the practices of Suzanne and Fernando. It's that not only understanding that art creates content, but it's really important to say, how does it create content? What are the methods of that creation? Are they in sync with what they are talking about? Are there, you know, with the carbon footprint, with materials used, with talking, educating about the materials used? Where are they coming from? I mean, when for example, just as a case, when we did the exhibition with Nora Razian in Beirut, one of the attempts was to calculate the carbon footprint of all the production and the transportation. But not only that, also to include into the credits. When you do, you know, when you talk about the work, and when you say which techniques are included into the installations or photographies, we tried really to trace and to ask the artists to trace where the materials are from and what already, but just by doing this tracing, what does this mean for the carbon footprint of the work itself? So I'm just saying, I guess, the same thing that I said before about like how to do it, and going back to the questions of allying and alliances, it really goes hand in hand with commoning. So to go against the capitalist system of hierarchies and really trying to work on the idea of mutuality. And in commoning as a, you know, also as a system of economic organization finally. So I think art will, you know, for the next 7 generations, I would hope that art really goes out from the grasp of focus on individuality of the artists, on the geniusness of the artists, and to rather think about how does it contribute in almost like in immediate way, of course, regarding the urgencies that we are facing, but also how does it contribute in as I said before, regarding the health issues, how does it contribute finally to what happens with us when we are working with it or are surrounded with something that has clear messages or complex messages in artistic sense.
think we have about 1 minute left before we need to move on, and then there's going to be the breakout rooms. But Fernando, did you have something you want to say, or you leave that for the discussion? So thank you so much for this, and I hope that nobody vanishes now during the kind of break, but joins also the kind of after breakout rooms, then the assembly where we can discuss this together and open up for all the other participants. So back to you, Inga and Bruno.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Taru. Thank you, Fernando, Suzanne, and Natasha. We will continue our discussion, as you said, in the assembly around 12:15. Now we'll have small performative moments to get our bodies activated. So I would invite you to, for those in Zoom, to just turn on your camera, unmute yourself, and engage in Arvid and Machi's proposal. And then we go on a short break. For those on Zoom, you can join the breakout rooms at around 11:45 Central European Time. And then we will open up the discussion half an hour later, around 12:15. And those online through Vimeo and YouTube can participate also on the chat. And for those on the Zoom, you can use your audio and video to join us again. So I'd like to give the floor now to Arvid and Machi, current Jan van Eyck participants.
Welcome. Welcome to your time of enjoyment and relaxation. Welcome to your tool of emulsion. We are disciples from beyond, here to free you from your conscious thought. We are here to lead you along the infinite sea of electrons. If you are a mobile user, sit back and relax. The following performance is interactive for desktop user only. It is crucial that we obtain your obedience and that you follow these exact instructions for the ritual. Turn on your camera and prepare yourself to immerse in the great body of water of the Zoom sea. When you feel ready in the Zoom sea, bring your cursor to the top left corner of the window. Look for a symbol of support, a little green shield to your top left. Do you see it? Click on it. When you feel in communion with the green shield, will appear the small cog of control. Seize control by clicking the cog. On the left menu appears audio. As you click on it and get closer and closer to the electron spirits, you will see by scrolling in the middle music and professional audio settings. And this is the territory we need to immerse in. Right underneath music and audio, you see a little white square. Click on it and it will take an eerie blue tint. As your square turns blue, our ritual is set and cannot be stopped anymore. Close off your settings. You will now see next to the green shield on your top left, turn on original sound. As you click on it and the blue blood fills it, you are now prepared. Is it blue? Are you ready? Make sure it is quiet around you. And now unmute yourself. Nice. We have now all joined the same sonic space. Let's communicate. As I spread in all your feet, bask in the sounds of the present. try to produce a rhythmic sound. Experiment. There's maybe an object around you you can make use of. There's maybe an object with your voice. Let's create a storm of rhythm. Faster. Louder. Dynamical growth. Think of an infinite landscape of emissions. It can't stop. Harder. Faster. It's more. Sound. Louder. Faster. And stop. Can you hear the silence? Welcome. You can now unmute yourself, and I will slowly disappear from reverberating in each computer. The top left original sound cannot. It can now be turned off. The blue blood leaves it, and you are now freed from the digital trance state. If you need to stand up, grab a drink. Now is the moment. If you want to remain here with us and enjoy the calm together, you can always do that. Eyes closed. Breathe in. Breathe out. And enjoy the silence.
Everyone, welcome back. Is everyone back from the breakout rooms? Cool. So yeah, I hope you had inspiring discussions, and we will continue them in a little bit and in the assembly. And so while we transition, I'm very happy to present a film by Jan van Eyck participants, artists Aliki van den Kruijs and Charlotte Lagros, called Waking Up in 2161, for which they requested a class of 8-year-old children to navigate towards 2161 in drawings and stories that the artists used to compile a vision of a future world in which humans live in harmony with a variety of futuristic ecosystems. And you can also reach to Aliki van den Kruijs and Charlotte Lagros directly via chat, as they are really happy to respond to your questions, comments, and hear feedback.
Waking up in 2161. In the year 2161, flying Maastricht is in the air. The renovation is finished. Everything is normal. But some non-humans are swimming, some are walking. North-northeast in the far distance. And how about you? We live under the ground in a dome with a plant as lamp. We ride worms instead of horses. Everyone has a home in a strata, and there is plenty to do. There are secret tunnels with hatches to go up. It's a lonely city. There's no one, only Karl. He has made a city with everyone, but no one came back to the town with houses underground and a hotel where there's only water. It's always sunny. Southwest, close by, all good. This is a world in the sea, because the climate did not change. We have to find fish to eat, but we can also just go upstairs. But then you have to swim 10 meters. West-southwest in the far distance. And how about you? There is a rainbow sea with a sunset and a house upside down. And it's called Rainbow Land because there has been a flood and the water of the flooding had turned into a rainbow color, and that's why we call it Rainbow Land. There you live in a house made of wood. The roof and the door are of straw. The smoke is rainbow colored. Your clothes are made of plants and of straw. Every day there's a rainbow, and there's never a night sky, and there are a lot of flowers and plants growing. West-north in a close distance, and how about you? In 150 years there will be some kind of elixir which makes it possible to jump very high, and there's a very large plant kingdom with lots of flowers and plants. There are no cars, but you can teleport. There are 2 large buildings for the people and a great area for nature to breathe. Bye! The end.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Aliki and Charlotte, for this journey, which sparks some optimism, I feel, and and that's how we could imagine our futures in more radical ways, maybe. And so now this moment has come that we are really happy to open the assembly, where we would be happy to hear everyone's thoughts, comments, and ideas on the possibility of creating the IPACC or on any other of the questions that have been raised by the speakers today, and or that you had in the breakout rooms and you would like to share. And so we have several audiences. We will, similarly as yesterday with Bruno, try to pick up the questions from YouTube and Vimeo, and also from Zoom. But here today, also in Zoom chat, you have a chance to really write that you have a question and come and also say it with your camera on and just unmute yourself. And so, but you can also write the question and we will read it. And I see that Anne has written in the chat like a small protocol how to do it. Yeah, so let's see, do we have some first questions from the audience, or maybe reflections?
You can go. You want to go?
Who would like to go? Is there someone? If not, then I think I will have maybe like a comment, because I was really fascinated and somehow thought a lot about this question that Natasha Bachelet wrote about, like art and public health, and how important can that be in that situation. Because I was also thinking that throughout the pandemic, it has really somehow opened up this question of ecology, like very like starkly, but also like we will have, people are speaking more and more that we will have this second pandemic, which is the pandemic of mental health, that will come of these economic difficulties and social isolation and screen, you know, depression that we've all have started to have. And now, for instance, we are thinking a lot about like how to open the museums and have some kind of like spaces for art, but it's not even safe, you know, for instance, in Latvia. So yeah, I'm wondering like how in the future the art will maybe potentially have this bigger role, and how we kind of, yeah, can really offer something and also not let it be totally marginalized with like closing things down because they are not safe, let's say. So that is just more like a reflection that I have also for this moment. I don't know if maybe Natasha would like to comment something on that.
Thank you, Inga. No, it kind of reminds me of, because when we broke into the rooms, we had a conversation with the Fernanda, Suzanne, and Taro, and it kind of reminds me of what you were saying with this fake idea of a safe space that museums are trying to put forth, fake in many ways, some more, some less fake, but we definitely agreed on let's say this exclusivity, and something reflects back to what Fernando was saying. Sorry, my daughter in the next room, you hear her. So what is quite let's say obvious or the problematic with the art is this closeness, the discourse that has been created, that is very inclusive, that is very almost l'art pour l'art itself, and which sometimes tells very little about what we are seeing, perceiving, interacting with. So I think that what I have been trying to say, or where we are observing with the other members of the initiative, the importance of how we do things differently, and the importance of art as a space that can create how to do things differently, and how does this is in a way related to understanding that art is not only what we are seeing in the museums, that there are other practices that have been doing this since centuries, that it's it's almost like a ritual-based practice. Art is almost like a ritual-based, where there are ceremonies, there are appreciations, it's a healing, it's opening the questions can change your mind, so it affects actually your life, it affects also your mental situation, I would say. So in that sense, and I didn't say just I didn't say that just to let's say be self-critical, but on the photos that I shared, indeed we are laughing a lot. There is a lot of happy faces there, and we are happy when we get together, and we are happy when we know that we can, with our competencies, do something. For example, for an artist who is a jewelry maker who is waiting to get his status for a refugee in France, in order not to be sent back to Afghanistan where he's from, we organized a photo shoot for him in order to prove that he has a practice here. So we got that kind of things, you know, makes you really feel better. And if I see that very clearly also in how Fernando is talking about his practice when establishing this very much local-based and grounded communities that support each other through shepherds networks, through agriculture. This is all contributing to certain understanding of well-being, and the climate change is such a moment which is terribly weighing on us, and we feel the necessity to be really meaningful actors right now while we are speaking.
Can I ask a question? I had a really interesting discussion with Ali Clark and Christoph Miller, one of our current Jan van Eyck participants, in the breakout room. And we were discussing the systems and structures that could potentially strengthen the presence of social sciences, arts, and humanities in scientific processes such as the assessment reports of the IPCC, or even the content that gets assessed in the first place. And I maybe wanted to know more from Fernando and Suzanne, because both of you have experience of creating these institutions, these para-institutions, Fernando with Inland and Suzanne with the grassroots institutions that you've mentioned in your presentation. And I was wondering, what are the methods of translation that or the strategies for translation between, the type of language and the type of data that an art practice can give can bring to the table, and how does that get communicated or intersected with or cross-pollinated with a more hard fact-based scientific contribution, or even in the frontline communities, the type of language and the type of questions that they put on the table. So yeah, maybe a question about methods of translation and communication, and also how does that reverberate on institutional structures and modes of working?
Yeah, sure. I can start. So I think one of the big parts of that is grounding everything in lived experience and testimony. So for instance, with the tar sands, we spent a lot of time documenting and interviewing, sometimes just talking head style documentation of the changes to the landscape and the lived experience of ecocide. And a lot of the time we would use that when we were going to shareholders to talk about the risk involved in the projects and the human rights abuses. So that was a way to translate something like financial risk that's associated with these projects, which is actually going to make the corporations care. They don't care about climate change or human rights violation, but they care about risk. So we often translated the free part informed consent of rights being violated into this risk language, and also project stoppages. So when Indigenous communities stop a pipeline, that turns into costs on your pipeline, which means that your project can become financially unviable. So we're constantly moving between this language of lived experience of the into risk language. So I think that's one big one for how divestment has been really important. And then the other thing is to constantly, so I kind of think of what I do sometimes is like alchemy, and you're constantly looking at what is the form. So, we move between podcast, if that's to communicate to the communities back home, what's happening at the COP as well. So I think that's why partnerships and having those relationships with different forms of media is really important. And then I think also sometimes resisting translation as well, to hold the ground and to say, actually, no, I'm going to hold the ground and I'm going to talk about the spiritual impacts of this. And that's where the decolonization happens. And that was very powerful, I think, with the tar sands, where we said, no, we're going to call it tar sands, even though you call it oil sands. We're going to shift the language. So I'm going to end with that, just thinking about when do you translate and when do you hold the ground to shift the narrative as well. So I'll pass to Fernando.
Thank you, Susan, but actually I couldn't add much more, because I think you pointed right. The lived experience and the immersion is what will allow to find like a common ground in which to find a common language, but we are still experimenting and testing. It's not at all like something you just find out and reach in a short time. So it's the whole process of landing and rooting, and then find that common language, especially with the communities around, that I find more difficult. When I've worked with the scientific community, it hasn't been so difficult to translate into artistic formats, things we have been working with, and then they sometimes found it interesting or funny, or they reminded them something else. So yes, I guess that then it should have some value, but then the question of how that would, or how that effectively influences the existing structures, it's hard to answer in a global sense, because that's very much like case by case. I'm trying to think on examples, but yes, it's very hard, because they are the structures are like ways of doing that are very embedded on their ways. No? So I think it's related with what Natasha was pointing out. There are like moments in which apparent steps are taken, but there are dynamics that are very hard to change. And I've been in big exhibitions in which the curators were like outspokenly saying that for us there is no artists, there are only agents, and we are all the same. And then you finally end up being there with creating a dialogue with pastoralists, and they actually make a completely huge, let's say, a difference and a differentiation between the pastoralist and the super well-known artist. No? So it's part of the behaviors we have learned to work with, no? The exchanges of cultural capital, the status, and many things that we would need to are very related also with the supremacists that Susan was talking about. So that's something we need to kind of be very aware and reprogram in the very self. So yeah, I would think creating spaces for direct experience and long-term durational forms of dialogue as well.
And sorry, just one last point on that is just to understand that, when we started 10 years ago challenging the markets, that to imagine that we were in the place now where the Bank of England is calling for the divestment from carbon it's something we couldn't imagine. So thinking about that futurism and how powerful that futurism is to reimagine markets, to rethink about that. And that starts with something that seems impossible, and we're in that now. So also thinking about gains that we've had already that seemed impossible, so that we can know that we can do that in the future.
Thank you very much. We have some questions in the chat. Inga and I can jump in at any moment. Taro, please feel free also to address some of the questions that you couldn't in the short time conversation that we had in the first part. So also feel free to jump in. And of course,
and also I'm thinking if, for example, like now Victoria Bardaku, would you like to ask the question? Like come, we would like to see you with the camera and you can ask the question yourself, or would you like us to just read it?
Hi, just a second to set my camera on. There I am.
Hi, Victoria.
Hi. My question was for Suzanne. I was just wondering, because she mentioned that it took her quite some time to talk about tar sands after she was exposed to them. And I was wondering what was that moment or that thing that made her actually talk about it, and what happened in that year of silence. Those were my questions.
Yeah, thank you. I think, I did literally talk about it, and I think this is about these different ways of communicating. So, I talked about the scientific impacts, the financial impacts, the legal impacts, but in terms of in a deep way of being able to, it was almost like a cognitive dissonance. I couldn't understand how people would know this was happening and they couldn't be moved to take action. So it was on a kind of soul, spiritual level that I couldn't reconcile who we were as a civilization or what I was as a human being for that to be the case. So I think it's something that keeps coming up, but these different ways of speaking And I knew I could talk to Shal about the financial risk, the scientific implications, but where do you find spaces to talk about how your soul hurts, how it's questioning how you existentially feel as a human being? And that came through working with the Social Sculpture Research Institute in Oxford, who are really influenced by the work of Boyce. And that's where I started integrating some more of the psycho-spiritual aspects, dealing with the grief. I think that's come up in the questions as well, of processing that grief for myself and understanding that even if I spoke from a spiritual, existential, philosophical place, the analysis that I had of the financial implications, the legal implications still held true. So I think that's really something about being interdisciplinary together, but also healing those modes, speaking within yourself as well. Thanks for the question.
There's also a question from David Hobbits, just trying to persuade him to show up on the screen so we can see him. But if not, I can read the question too. David?
I can show up, you know.
Please, David. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. And it is a bit a follow-up question on Victoria. So in this silence, I think the physical reaction we have to devastation is really impactful, and the mental health crisis that we're already in since the 90s is ever growing. Climate change will only make it worse. So how can the arts actually play a role in the relief of pain and grief that we'll be facing the coming decades? That was my question, sort of general to everybody. And maybe it is a similar role as religious communities have played in the past. So I'll add that as a subnote.
I thank you, David, for the question. It just relates to what we were also saying a little bit during our breakup and also now. For example, just to give you a real, just one concrete example is that I talked about one member of the initiative who is Kati Tutayasu, who was formed as a shaman and who exercises actually, you know, her practice is being healing actually the others through communicating with plants, with trees, with spirits. But she also considers her art, her practice as art. So she says it's art of caring. Her art of healing is art of caring. And she produces sound pieces that I think are, you know, being a curator, having been indoctrinated by the very inclusive contemporary art discourse, this sound pieces could be very much put aside the sound pieces of the very established artists that we know. So I think there is, in this understanding of healing, I think you're right in saying, I mean, you know, there are certain religions have that function, let's say. So I understand that not only but I think in the pandemics, those that had access to films, books, you know, who could have time. Actually, it was a luxury to have time, and it's a luxury for those that are privileged. But the art kept coming back as a kind of thank God we have that for those that had the luxury of time and that were not essential workers or at the front lines. So I think it's already there. It's not that it can relieve, it's already relieving us without us actually paying attention and noticing that actually when we go to see exhibitions, when we interact with the artists, when we create, it's already a process that it enables us to sustain ourselves mentally, physically. You know, drawing is a gesture. It's a bodily practice. So all this somehow, I think it's related to thinking how can we put this into practice together with the questions of climate urgency, in the sense of talking about carbon footprint, transforming the art systems so that they become inclusive. And they say, well, actually, what you are seeing is art, you know, and not like how Fernando said, yeah, then there was the division between what pastoralists do, who are sustaining life, and they're doing this in an artistic way, and what an artist does in a studio.
Yeah. Does Fernando also would like to say something on that?
How you know?
Yeah.
Before I even starting to be connected through the screens. No, but I mean, I like the question. I was just like kind of, you allow me to think out loud. First, well, yeah, the aspect of mourning and the aspect of overcoming pain and so on is there, but well, this is a function that we as cultural beings develop also in relation to other emotions, also maybe like hope, or maybe like contempt, or I don't know. I mean, let's see what is needed in each moment. What I mean is that how could art somehow transfer that, in the sense that I think that in the past, these maybe cultural beliefs that mobilized all the societies were more ideologies, no? And then ideologies and worldviews mobilized artists. I mean, those were the commissioners. Let's say that if you were a peasant in the Middle Ages and you went to a chapel and then you saw suddenly like a huge wall paint of the apocalypse, then you will start to think differently and adopt values and so on. So I'm not so sure that artists they are in the position to frame those worldviews and ideologies. No? I wonder, but the problem is that we have inherited the super specialization of art and cultural production in a few, in the very few that have been authorized to be and to have a voice, like here, me now, to tell about art, or I'm an artist. But that has deprived many of the people to the possibility to say, okay, actually, I could have cultural expressions myself. And I think that the binding, let's say the binding cultural ritual now of overcoming, for example, pain and suffering is consumerism. And the feeling that you're part of that. So, and then consumerism actually uses very well artists to make publicity. So as a designer, as an artist, I would be making much of it alive, like just thinking how my symbols and aesthetics could sell a car better. But yeah, so just to say that maybe we're expecting too much into it.
Yeah, thank you. We also have Ellen Rogers with next two questions, unless someone else wanted to comment on the previous ones.
I think Suzanne?
Yeah, just briefly, specifically on ecological grief, going back to the example of the tar sands, that, you know, when we walked through the tar sands, afterwards there was a space for us to do sweat, to detox the physical accumulation of toxins, but also to go through that process of grief so that we can keep going. So I think that's also important to understand that with a lot of cultures and communities that are working in that level of devastation, there are ceremonies or rituals. We laugh a lot. There's a lot of humor to move through that. So I think understanding those cultures that exist. And also then with the pandemic, what happened for me, I think, was understanding that the way I approach research with climate change has been integrative. So scientific understanding, ancestral knowledge. And I did the same when I had the virus. I was dreaming the biochemical structure of the virus. I was getting dreams of what traditional medicines to take. And I've been taking care of some of my family as well in that. So I think the point of research is really important, again, to bring that relationship and to bring those disciplines back into yourself to be able to navigate the grief, and mirroring what we've learned from climate change and the pandemic as well can be interesting.
Yeah, I heard also that Paulina would like to react, and I wonder if it's to this question or if it could. Yeah, okay, so yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I was just
go ahead, please.
Thank you. Very shortly say that when dealing with such great losses, first as an artist, being a member of that community which is experiencing that loss, or being outsider, first thing is to take care of your own mental health and stability. But secondly, that the community-specific or site-specific work that I have been doing is that's very simple. Medicine is there to increase the sense of joy and increase the sense of being alive and increase the living. When you are seeing and mapping the destruction, it is imperative and very vital to always find the living part. And my community, my traditional community, is from the very similar moon landscape, kind of a landscape, what you, Suzanne, shared with about the tar sands. Mine is about nickel mining. And the thought that even in time, even the time span would be hundreds of thousands of years, the land will heal, has been crucial for me to be able to stay functioning. And when I'm able to be functioning, I'm able to go into my communities and the communities nearby and strengthen the small glimpses of living, the sense of living with the children, working with the children, working with the elders, and working with the similar ages. And when we are able to grab on that okay, there's something alive in us, there's something alive in the environment still, then our mental health and capacity to function starts to recover. And that's the first step of getting that subjectivity back when you, as a being, and your land has been target and object for such violent acts.
This is beautiful comment about this joy of living. And so yeah, like Ellen Rogers, you had 2 questions, the burning ones, so please.
So we started talking about this in the breakout room. As artists, we are, or at least my point of view is, we are dependent on elites in terms of selling our work, donors for activist work, grants to simply live or go to residencies. And how can we move away from that? Because the donors are these elites who are entrenched in our current power system, our current capitalist economy. How do we free ourselves from that so that we are not biting the hand that feeds us, or worse, censoring ourselves so our art is not attacking people who maybe we will rely on in the future? That's question 1. And the second is, as artists, how do we decrease our carbon footprint? I live in the United States, which is very large. If pre-pandemic times I had a show in California, that requires a 6-hour flight to get there to a show. Or if I'm not going, my artwork has to go. I'm a sculptor, so that's expensive. Sometimes I work large, there's all that transport. Do I simply choose a different media? Do I not go to shows? How do I get my work out if I'm not showing in some way? Which leads me to thanking Jan van Eyck Institute for putting this on Zoom, because I could never have traveled to the Netherlands to participate, and I would not have wanted to fly for a 3-day conference. So anyway, back to the questions, if anyone has comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel I could answer at least a few. Thank you, Ellen. It's really obviously burning questions, not only for you, but for, I would say, everyone, not only in arts, but scientists and so forth. I would just go with what Suzanne was saying, that 10 years ago, what they were imagining to happen, and it happened in 10 years' time, about the participation of global pollutants and divestment from their implication into sponsoring culture and art is, and this is just 10 years, it's not even 50 years, it's 10 years. So I would say it really has to start with you. It just has to start with you. If it means that in order for the sculpture not to, and I'm sorry because this is wrong, but if the sculpture cannot travel and you cannot travel, I mean, either you take time and you go with the train, it is less carbon footprint than the air travel. So I think that the notion of time will be really, really key in the next 10 years. The sort of immediacy that we get, of course, through online, but we have not even thought for a moment what it means for us to be able to be online. What does it mean, this computer that I'm holding in my hands, where do the coltons and the golds in it and all other rare earth material that make it be online are coming from, and who has labored in order that they are there? All these questions are really, for me, are really important. And they start with speaking about it, considering what are the alternatives that exist in the current situation that I could use. It requires a different time implication indeed. So maybe the sculpture can travel with, on a boat that goes with on wind and not on gasoline, and it takes time. And when somebody starts, maybe 10 other people will follow you, and then 10 other groups of artists and curators will come together and create an organization around that, etc., etc. So I'm also winking to Fernando, of course, with this. But so these are all kinds of steps that you can do from today onwards. So it's really possible. And about how to and this in this interdependent way. I mean, and interdependence is something that we hear a lot now since pandemics, especially. But it's such an old term, right? Those that are maybe Buddhists among the members of the audience here know that this is the key term for Buddhist practice, where it's kind of acknowledging the realms of existences that are there and to which we are indebted to be alive, you know. And so I would just say that if it comes in little drops, it's like seeping through the cracks. I love this metaphor, seeping through the cracks, and it's the cracks will open.
I might follow on a little bit from that, just on the divestment point. I think it's about choosing the battles. For instance, with BP, the amount of money that they were giving was tiny. So, you know, how much actually was at a loss from challenging their investments in terms of what they were getting back from the social license to operate. So I think also working in a coalition, you don't have to do everything. There are other groups, say for instance, that are trying to get Shell out of institutions. So how do you work with them? And then sometimes thinking about, you know, how much are you going to get out from that, and being a little bit of a trickster. I work a lot with trickster energy. So if you can take a grant and you can redistribute it, and you can work in collaboration to get those resources to somewhere else. You know, I'm not saying we can clean money, but I think it's also thinking about that. And then the other point around the ecological footprint, again, I think choosing your battles. I got so much violence from flying to Canada to go and witness the tar sands from hardcore climate activists, but I knew I had to go. I had to be on the land, I had to be on the territory. So choosing when we fly, choosing when we make that decision, and understanding the sacrifice and the gravity of a flight as well. And the other thing is, I think, rethinking the forms. I think that's, you know, I was working a bit with the Serpentine, and we're doing the pavilion again. It's like, but what does the pavilion need to actually be at this time in London when you have an air crisis and a pandemic? Maybe it's a hospital and a food bank. So, you know, rethinking the forms completely, so that and also not becoming too on our individual consumption, so militant on that we don't see the humanitarian care possibilities as well.
Maybe I could jump in here a little bit, you know, to kind of and to sort of feed in something from our earlier discussion within the group, because I think what's been emphasized here as well is the kind of alliance building and the necessity to kind of collaborate. And we were also discussing this question of, or kind of need to recognize how within different structures, whether it's in the arts institutions and the art world or in activism, there are particular hegemonic structures of power that are very violent and exclusive. But there are also different possibilities. There are spaces and structures and practices that we can really learn from each other to actually, and to really invest and kind of build on those that we have and kind of really, and possibly also bring some of these practices and spaces together to form those bigger alliances and kind of collective sort of a force and volume that can then really change things in a way that takes also the pressure away from the kind of individual and moves on to kind of actually really be able to challenge bigger institutional structures. And so this is also to kind of, as a part response to Katja Anton's comment and question in the chat now about this sort of emphasis on how the institutions have to change, and there has to be a kind of, it cannot be left to the artists, obviously, or individual practitioners. Thank you.
Maybe it's Fernando, do you wanna? Yeah, go.
Well, super short, because I wanted to share a concept we have been working these years with a series of, let's say, allies and partners and comrades projects that are the Confederación of Villages. People like Rise del Arts, people like Casa del Arte in Casa de la Agricultura in Castiglione, or other projects all around. There's also the network Lumbung that is bringing together interesting groups working on the field. And what I think about this notion of usefulness is that our work would be rewarded, and also materially, if we need that to pay the bills, because we fulfill the needs and the expression of what is of use now within a context, the context we work. So it's also moving out from oligarchic commissioning and to this French idea of the nouveau commanditaire. It's to rethink, like who we would like to say, okay, this is what I can offer, and is it of use? And there will be a process of validation. Maybe at some point it's like, okay, maybe I just have to paint at my home in my free time and do good bakery work instead. It's fine. But this is more useful.
I would like just to read out Katja Garcia Anton's comment, so it's registered on video, and since Taro made a reference to it. So in response to Ellen's question, both artists and institutions together have to be complicit to catalyze that change. So time is inbuilt into slow travel for physical presentations, or digital, virtual, or other forms are used, where the journey and the time itself is part of the project and audience connecting along the way. So presentation is not venue specific even, but it's a mutual project. It cannot be left up to the artist alone. Thank you, Katja. And we have about 15 minutes to wrap up, and so that we can go back to our object of discussion and to warm up for the assembly tomorrow. I'd like to ask the speakers if they could think what is the message that you would like to give or ask or express to the group of the future in tomorrow's assembly. And then for the attendees online, maybe you can write your own suggestions or questions or comments on the chat, so we can also keep track on that and maybe include it in the conversation tomorrow. And then after that, we will wrap up. Taro, please.
Okay.
Take it away.
So we thought that we would all kind of chip in here rather than me representing us. I think 4 people representing the present is already quite a stretch. So maybe and I think we decided to also be quite informal about this, because it's been kind of a conversation that has really been feeding our thought as we've been going along. So these points that we'll all raise are more maybe something to take with us for tomorrow. That will hopefully be already something completely different will come out of them while we follow the discussions today later on. Who would like to, who's the brave person from the present group to go first with? What is your burning question or kind of or thoughts that you want to pass on to the future? I can say the obvious, that what is it like when you look out the window? I think that is the burning question for all of us, you know, that have we left the livable world behind us or not?
And following on from that, go ahead.
Sorry, Suzanne, please. No, please.
I think, you know, I've got two. Like, what do you wish we knew now? What do you wish we knew now that you know now? So yeah, just something that they wish we knew. And also, what does the work look like that we did to get to the future? You know, what were the forms of care and labor that, especially specifically after the pandemic, as we created this ecological future, that we were still there. So yeah, I'm really interested in what the work looks like that we did to get to the future.
I would just echo Suzanne in that, and Taro already, and to say like what, in that sense, a bit, you know, kind of typical human question, like what is it remaining from what we have today and what we are trying to achieve to change the art system? What did it remain from that endeavors? What did it remain from us trying to understand our non-human environment better and trying to understand it as a sentient being? What did it remain of that? And yes, what and how do you look at art where you are right now?
Well, if I would have to pose a question to our IPACC equivalent in 40 years, let's say, I would say, I would ask, how did it work out? How did you manage to maybe slightly influence IPACC to be just a consultative body or influencing body to become a social movement, and which imaginaries and aesthetics drove the extension of that IPACC to become a sort of a committee of confederal networked cells of change, direct change, and direct democracy.
I think I could also add to that, you know, sort of riffing off yesterday's, last night, and then our conversation that just now, of kind of how, you know, the question of optimism, of kind of how do you stay, how do you keep hold of hope, you know, at these times? And I think that's, you know, in the future, you know, from the future perspective, how have we, because of course, if hope has been lost, there is nothing there in the future for us to kind of engage with anymore. So what are those kind of modes and possibilities of hope and optimism that get us through to the future that is livable?
Thank you so much. The future is listening. Some of the future members are listening, so they will definitely prepare for those questions. I think we can, just looking at the chat, Inga, do you want to add something before we go to a break?
Yeah, no, I think it was a very beautiful wrap up, and I really like the hope, optimism, and joy which we had to wrapping up this session, because in the yesterday's session we had also quite dystopian visions of like when we spoke about the possibility of forests being extinct and much more also realistic, like that the future is already here in the present, which of course we also saw in Susan's presentation about the tar sands. So yeah, I think it's really interesting and valuable and important to try and balance those two, you know, this kind of realization how serious the ecological crisis is, and then also to not, instead of getting into this grief how we can find these joys and hope and, you know, like wish to actually work on that and work together and change our attitudes and habits and yeah, and especially now, yeah, when we are in some sort of social isolations within our homes and also within our countries. And yeah, but then this event then seems like a really good moment to connect. So yeah, that's it from me. I think we can transition.
Yes. So thank you so much, Taru, Fernando, Suzanne, Natasha. We'll meet you again, but you're invited, of course, to stick to the conversation in the afternoon. But before we have a break, we need to take you all back to the real present. And for that, you know, we can always count with Arvid and Marie's help. So before Arvid and Marie's, so after Arvid and Marie's performance, so see, I'm confused with time, as one should be at this point. After their performance, we'll go into a break, and then we will pick it up again at 2 Central European time for the roundtable with the Group of the Future. So thank you again for all the speakers, the amazing presentations, and everyone who sent their questions and showed up.
You wake up. You are still a human in 2020, eyes glued to a computer screen. It was all a dream. The concept of organizing action points for the committee is already losing its meaning as you sit back and straight. Time to check what's in the fridge. Before you let your dream completely escape your mind, there's this one detail you want to remember. Was it a thought? Was it a material? Was it a concept or an object? You try to materialize it in your head. Do you have it? You run your hands on the keyboard and type this memorable detail in the chat. This is one thing you'll take back with you to your present existence. Did you write it in the chat already? Well, time to check what's in the fridge.
Welcome back in the Urgency Intensive Day 2, the midday program. I want to thank you all for being here again. I want to thank all the speakers and panelists and all the people on the team once again for the great work and the great talks that we are having. I'm truly inspired and very happy that we're doing this. It was also great to see many things that and questions laid out also in the keynote and also yesterday that they come back. So I would like to now give the word to Bruno, who will introduce the midday program. There is a probe now going from the present to the future, and I'm super excited to see what will happen. Welcome again.
Are we ourselves only a cog in the greater system, or is ourselves only a system? As you stand in your present existence, your primal container is the cell, now slaw of skin, scale, or shell. In a perpetual transformation, we move into a different time and become all the parts again. The year is 2021, and I am here in front of you, in front of a computer. My connection to you right now is purely digital, mediated by silicon, copper, and numerous other systems and materials. But I assure you, I am human. I use my human mouth to talk to you in one of the many human languages, and I use my human brain to turn many years of experience into a stream of sounds and expressions that you have had many years to learn how to interpret. I, in my human mind, I am confused. I have learned my history, and I have understood that history repeats, or rather that it rhymes. I am confused. However, we are the butterflies with our actions giving impulse to the chain of events that inevitably will lead to the future. In an attempt to free ourselves from the shackles of fictions like infinite growth, quarterly dividends, we should conceptualize the future. This is no simple task. But why don't we heed the wisdoms of the Iroquois, the people that inhabited the lands that we now communicate as Northeast America? The great law dictates that every and any decision made should still be beneficial for 7 generations in the future. This is no simple task. Most of us can barely conceptualize how our ancestors 7 generations ago could live. So let us step into the shoes of our offspring. Let's travel to the future. Do you have a glass of water? Put it in front of you and take a deep breath. Now take your hand and slowly dip it into the glass, touching the surface of the water. And we travel into the future, 1 generation at a time. The year is 2041, 1 generation from now. I am the last pangolin. Thanks to your actions or inactions, I will not reproduce. I will not bear any more of my kind. The end of a species. As a final gift before going extinct, I played a role in making SARS-CoV-2 transmissible to humans. I hope that gave you some time to reflect. In the meantime, the human population has risen to 8.5 billion. and mine to 0. About 1 in 10 of the humans who have ever lived is alive today. Oh, hi there. I am your most favorite domesticated food crop, wheat. And boy, things are looking up for me. I can feel every day the air warmer, the sun stronger. It's wonderful. I'm happy the water engineers still prefer to divert water to me instead of preventing desertification. Things exciting. I hear soon I can be double cropped. Right here, in the Netherlands. Something normally reserved to the subtropics. How exciting! Yes, it's me, the concept of nation-state, one of humanity's most contentious creations. I've been through a lot of stress lately. But now, in 2081, I'm happy to announce a significant number for some of my most prominent incarnations. The United Kingdom has passed 1,000 years of existence. The United States 300, and the People's Republic of China has passed 100 years. Yet, with climate change now having made the previously habitable lands of over 1 billion people inhospitable, I am as in flux as ever. But no matter what, I keep being summoned as a common flag for humans to organize themselves. We have just passed 2100, the year many climate scientists created their graphs towards. Which one of the predicted curves turned out to be right? I am language. And I wonder if I have ever been sufficient to communicate all the different findings and discussions on that topic. If you would have made the most radical changes to your energy consumption and environmental practice policies, now is the year that global warming would reach its peak at a 2 degrees increase compared to 1980. However, it rather seems to be 3 degrees right now, and ever increasing. I am language, and while this might still sound like English to your ears, this is merely an interpretation of your mind. By now, the world might have switched from the colonial European languages to something else, Mandarin or Arabic, or as early 21st century trends continued, one of the major Indian languages. And with improved translation technology, language is no barrier anymore. Ancestor of a century. It is now 2121. Heed me, as I am the phoenix, the mythological creature that keeps arising from ashes every time I die in a magnificent fire. The optimists among you keep summoning me to give them hope. After rain comes sunshine. After the apocalypse, life might flourish. I don't doubt life's ability to survive humanity's over-eagerness to build, live, and spread. Yet, will your biology keep up with the extreme conditions you create? Anyway, out of your ashes, your leftovers, other creatures will arise, better adapted to this changed world, hopefully learning the lessons you couldn't. "2141 has arrived. I am a computer. All Bitcoin has been mined. Yet, I am sure with my help, all problems have been solved. And we live now in a post-scarcity society. Sure, there are still difficulties, but I am confident that I just need to create one more innovation to solve all problems around the corner. Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Just a bit more advanced. Just a bit more specialized. And all your problem can be solved by me. Sea levels might have risen 4 meters, and temperatures by 6 degrees. But look at the bright side. Zuid-Limburg is now one of the main Dutch urban areas, and it's only a 1-hour train ride to get to the beach instead of 3. I am here with you every step of the way. Just like clothing has accompanied you for tens of thousands of years. I will not abandon you. And with all my advancements, I am faster, smaller, and carbon neutral. Wow. It's me again. What a travel. I feel different, yet the same. I am human. 140 years ago, your ancestors sat behind a computer, participating in an event on institutions, on climate change and art. Let's take a look at the world around us. How it has changed, how it's still the same, in a way. How their actions, their perturbations, and that of systems and ideas they created, our ancestors, how did that lead us to the world that we are in today? How can we help them in their inquiry? Right. Feel that biological extension. Feel the stretching of time. And recompose yourself. Recompose yourself. You within the systems of society and the systems within you. We shall all become together in the future again.
Welcome to the future. Thank you so much, Arvid and Marie, for bringing us together in 2161. I hope you all had a good travel. I took a little bit of time to recompose, but here I am. For those who just join us now, I would like to give you a little bit of a recap of what has happened before. This is the second half of the second day of the second edition of the Urgency Intensive. And for this edition, we are proposing an object for discussion, a fictional meta-institution, the IPACC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Art and Climate Change, as an instigator for an exercise in long-term thinking and intergenerational accountability. This exercise has been structured for the past morning in a series of conversations between a group enacting a parallel present. Now, you join us in 2161, 140 years ahead, 7 generations ahead of time, to join a group of the future. This system for conversation and discussion is inspired by the Japanese decision-making strategy and policy-making strategy, Future Designs. And it's my pleasure now to introduce Inga, Lāce, who I've been working for the past months to co-curate this event, who will give you more information about Future Designs.
Yeah, thank you, Bruno, and hi, everyone. And yeah, I hope we have some new participants and some who have been with us since yesterday, perhaps, when we started the discussion, and also this morning. But anyways, I will still try to wrap up a little bit about the future design and why and where does it kind of have its roots. So this inclusion of the forthcoming generation in the decision-making process has deep connections with the seventh generational principle of indigenous cultures, which urges the current generation to live and work for the benefit of the seventh generation ahead, which is about 140 years into the future, as we are now enacting. And this notion takes its root in the founding document of the Iroquois Confederacy, historical indigenous confederacy in North America, and the oldest living participatory democracy on Earth, which is also really inspiring. And it's also a common philosophy to many other Native American nations and indigenous peoples around the world. And so to say that and before we enter in the future, I think we've had quite a lot of layers in the discussion, growing from yesterday to today. And maybe what is important, what the question that has come up is how do we define what kind of art are we talking about? Because I guess there are so many ways to understand it, and also for it to and also maybe different kind of art worlds that exist, and also ways that it can change. And I think in the future it's also interesting how it will change. And and also when we think about the ecological crisis and the ecocide and the grief it has created, it's also important to understand the potential that art can have with being with and with our mental kind of well-being, and how we should be stranded between this rather valid idea that or well-founded pessimism and fear of what the climate crisis is bringing, but also finding certain kind of joy and optimism to actually go further and to kind of counter that. And so I'm happy to see what the future discussion, which other layers it will bring, and thus introducing the moderator of the future group, Prem Krishnamurti. And Prem is a designer, curator, writer, and teacher based in Berlin and New York. His projects across media address historical, contemporary, and speculative intersections of art and design, the politics of display, and experimental institutional formats, presentational models, and collaborative frameworks. He currently directs workshops, a multidisciplinary design practice, and is artistic director of Front International 2022, the Cleveland Triennial of Contemporary Art, and organizes Commune, an emergent multi-forum workshop that practices artistic tools for social transformation. Previously, Prem founded the Experimental Gallery P and the design studio Projects in New York. He has received the Cooper Hewitt National Design Award for Communications Design in 2015 and KW Institute for Contemporary Arts a year with the Residency Fellowship in 2018. So in March 2020, he started a live collaborative virtual event series called Present as part of the digital artist-led space Home Cooking, which I've had the pleasure to attend also. And his experimental ever-changing electronic book PDF is also something that's interesting to check if you're interested. So without further ado, I give the floor to Prem.
Hello. So, thank you, Inga. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, everyone. Hello from this now of 2161 CE, also known as 140 CEE. We're glad that the transmission technology appears to be working, we must mention again, we are all being translated back into the language you might still call English in your now of 2021 CE or 0 CEE. I hope that you will bear with any glitches, some things that might not be autolated correctly. Now, before we begin, we'd like to suggest a ritual that many of us practice in our now. We call it communing. We do something like this to start each gathering of us. There are many we's, but we are never apart unless we want to be. We don't know exactly how this will work with your ancient communications technology, but we will try. It's very simple. We would love if you join us for a moment. Ah, now we see. On your display at the southwest, you may see an option for unmute. Please touch and press this. And you may even see an option at northwest to turn on original sound. Please press this. Now, we all close our eyes. And we can place our hands on our body. We can place it on our mane, on our gut. And then, to commune, we simply Thank you. We are very pleased. We can also, in the southwest, again, of the display, please click mute again. Thank you. We are very pleased to be here with you. For us, art is extremely important. We think of your now as the generation that helped rewrite the roles and rules of art. For several generations before, art had become a plaything for the wealthy, a symbol of power, a sign of individualism and genius and ego. It's hard for us to imagine this in our now. Of course, the artist has gifts. It can have visions, can listen deeply, and channel ideas from the world through its body. But it is always a way of coming together. In our time, we know that art has always been a form of communication, of community, of communing between us and other us's. Our message today starts with the foundation of IPACC in 2021 CE, also known as 0 CEE. We want to reflect on this foundation. Many of us practice in our now. We are pleased. We can hear ourselves across time, but now we are here again. We are pleased to be joined with 3 wonderful we's. We have Amma Josephine Budge, a speculative writer, artist, curator, and pleasure activist, whose praxis navigates intimate explorations of race, art, ecology, and feminism, working to activate movements that catalyze human rights, environmental evolutions, and troublesomely queered identities. Amma is the recipient of the 2020 Local, International, and Planetary Fictions Fellowship with Curatorial Frame in Helsinki and EVA International, Limerick, and will be researching the topic pleasurable ecologies, formations of care, curation as future building. Amma is also a member of Queer Ecologies 2020, initiator of the Apocalypse Reading Room Project, a recipient of the 2020 Bernie Grant Micro Commission funding, and lead artist on the Myco Collective project with Chisenhale Studios and Feral Practice. Then we are pleased to welcome Julieta Aranda. Julieta's artistic practice composes sensorial encounters with the nature of time and speculative literature. She observes the altering human-Earth relationship through the lens of technology, artificial intelligence, space travel, and scientific hypothesis. Working with installation, video, and print media, she is invested in exploring the potential of science fiction, alternative economies, and the, quote, poetics of circulation. Her projects challenge the boundaries between subject and object while embracing chance encounters, autodestruction, and social practices. In 2006, she received her MFA from Columbia University of the Arts in New York. She had previously completed her undergraduate studies at the School of Visual Arts in Manhattan. As a co-director of the online platform eFlux, together with Anton Vidokel, Julieta Aranda has developed the project Time Bank, Pawn Shop, and eFlux Video Rental, all of which started in the eFlux storefront in New York and have traveled to many venues worldwide. We have also Paulina Fedorov. Paulina is a Skolt Sami theater director, artist, and nature guardian from Kavajar on the Finnish side of Sapmi and Suwannjong on the Russian side. She works multidisciplinarily to join various fields of knowledge, Sami, traditional, artistic, scientific, as a methodology in her work in theater and film, but also in political activism, such as ecological restoration projects. Thank you, all three of you, Amma, Julieta, Paulina. We will present messages from our now to your now to consider how we can work together to once again become a we that we always are. Amma, would you like to begin?
Welcome, fellow IPACC organisms, beloved. Greetings, ancestors. It has taken so long to find a frequency your flesh minds could comprehend. We tend to overcomplicate things when dealing with interdependently defined molecular life. It's not our natural habitat. Forgive the waterfall static. We begin with your interweb of archives. It is such a strange iteration of the way our mud minds interconnect and transfuse stories. For we did not find you in the interweb, only your ghosts. We began with your interweb archives and were greatly moved by the poetics of your scribes. That is how we first reached out to you, in song and verse and lullaby. We confess ourselves to be quite fascinated with your edgeness, your edges, your boundaries, your binaristic distinctions between self and other, here and not here, alive and alive once or soon or always. It is not so with us. We think this makes you very beautiful, very destructive. This is why you cannot last. We spoke before of your spilling out, of your divulgence. Do you know yet that all life is interconnected across species, environs, and even worlds? Or do you keep killing all those that know this? Or perhaps we should say, do you know still? How strange it is for us to meet beings, ancestors that grow at once backwards and ahead. Apologies. We are slippages. We are waterfall statics. We struggle to be here only, now only. We slip away from ourselves and into everything else. So, you are secreting. Yes, your suffering is secreting, your potential chafing away at the boundaries between what is and what could be or what could have been. So we came to offer. Yes, to offer a story, 2 stories, all stories. Yo! We call her Asasaya. This land made up of our bone matter, blood matter, green matter, black matter. Her voice has gotten hoarse now, hoarse from screaming so loud, from protesting her roots, her fingers, her backs, her semen, her spittle, her platelets, her pores, but still, now we listen. Generations left still to listen. Some of us collect the seeds and sow the looms, weaving otherwise into being, one thread at a time. Otherwise, other ways, we remember. We dream of it, that other place, older and newer at once. A future place? No, that is a nonsense. Here time is marked only by the growth and death of things. Only by the growth and death, not by what passes out of memory. There is no out of memory, only refusal to remember. Asase is there, and now, here, there, ever, she sings. But the rasps of your violence, your forced hand, and your foolish forgetting remain traumatizing the exquisite. We lay on a blanket of midnight stars and first-time lovers that do not hurt or scare or force, hold down. We are become a blanket of midnight stars and first-time lovers whose cries are ecstasy or kindness or care made light, made sound, made spirit. We wake in that place with soil on our tongues and forgiveness crammed underneath our fingernails in place of anxious despair. We look back at you in this place as though through a mirror or a stagnant, stinking pool tinged with decay and loss. Sometimes we want to go back, to do more, to change the odds somehow, to increase your chances of making it, of re-earning your right to be on this planet, our right to be on all planets. Sometimes we want to go back and dance low and thighs wide until our sweat is a rivulating river of R&B and hip-hop madness, wild and free and healing. Sometimes we want to come back and tell you, you are everything, you have everything, you can make it. Sometimes we believe you can. Sometimes we see the decomposition of these crutches of consumerism and dehumanization, leaving a blackened field fertilized and grieving for life. Sometimes we see the weapons lowered, the clenched fists raised, the killing stopped, and you are finally allowed to die. We are finally allowed to pass with dignity and fecundate this sacred soil, this land made up of our bone matter, blood matter, green matter, black matter. We may be the last of the people who remember, who want to remember, who are willing to bear the agony of the remembering in our bodies. We may be the last of the people who can breathe underwater, who can thrive in the deserts, whose blood runs hot in the tundra and cool in the equatorial rainforest. We may be the last people, a bouquet of oracles, truth-sayers, and medicine women, vessels of our nations, our lands, our everythings, our memory keepers. We may be the last people this world will permit to survive. Should we prove ourselves worthy? Should we prove we can change? Should we prove you can change, can remember other ways? We commune in highlands, on mountaintops, from the roofs of swallowed skyscrapers and the arid concave mouths of canyons our ancestors remember as rivers. We commune with all that is, with each other, we coordinate. We have taken the best of technology and the crafts. We live now in abundance. In the mornings we work, we make, we transform, we cultivate, we harvest, we walk, we sing, and marvel at the great beauty of our altar life kin. In the afternoons we rest and meditate and make love to heal the wounds of our inherited souls. In the evenings, we commune and we feast and we rest some more. We live almost without waste, and that which we make, we transform into art or offerings we remember. We may be the last outpost, and there may not be another. Our books and our bones might be all that's left, and eventually only our dust. And that will be just fine. Prem 1, there is a glitch in your sound translation.
Thank you, Amma. Can I be heard now? We are thankful. We felt the thoughts communicating in other ways. Now, though, we would like to invite Julieta to communicate with us.
I come here with a letter that we wrote for you. And that starts with a question. And the question is, what do you want from us? Just so you know, we are not the Lorax. We don't speak for the trees. And the reason why we don't is because nobody speaks for the trees. They speak for themselves, and it is your job to listen. And so you are there dreaming of the future. Let me tell you a thing or two about dreams. Be careful of what you dream, because there are dreams that have nightmares stitched into them. The lining of first world dream futurities is stitched with the blood of truncated presents, many of them. Do you know about inequality? Do you know who pays the price for your dreams? Excess output is the name that we give to the unexpected outcomes of speculative design. Casualties that are not calculated in the original ideas, but that nonetheless enter the culture and the social imaginary. Space junk was one of the most obvious excess outputs of the Cold War space race. But the excess output of your present looks different, less material, other forms. What I can tell you right now is that the future is not the excess output of the present. Now let's talk about images for a moment. In the logic of old media, temporality is color-coded. 20th century Africa was black and white, just like Dickensian England. And Latin America was fussy and oversaturated to the point of impossible colors, like bad Technicolor films. How did that work? Well, one must remember that there are many temporalities in operation, but under the colonial image rule, the third world's present has always belonged to the first world past. And in the diffuse world of post-Fordist economies, All matter was placed in permanent motion, and all temporalities were spatialized. Online, every social form got to have a second life. Everything was an image, and all images were up for grabs. The space race was revived as an extension of digital incorporation, but the fantasy of a cultural totality was full of cracks. And the increasingly pervasive vectors of global communication were by far more chaotic than any Zoom room would care to suggest. The digital frontier once carried the promise of a post-political condition, free of agonism, free of struggle, an economy of abundance instead of an economy of scarcity. But so far, this dream has been nothing but a weak utopia. The frictionless space of perfect technological reception is a first world effect. The conditions in which innovation is produced have nothing to do with the conditions into which innovation is deployed. When digital space back in your time became a territory in its own right, its mapping did not happen with any kind of fidelity. The interests that tried to describe this territory were not concerned with accuracy or diversity, nor were they interested in the imaginary. These were people in Silicon Valley, a place in San Francisco. These were the topographers. In old maps, unknown lands were often inhabited by fantastical beings, sea serpents, monstrous beasts, mermaids. In the most widely circulated of the virtual world, however, digital topographers have labored to create a homogeneous landscape where a user is a user is a user, disregarding the social and cultural accidents and filling in the unknowns with replicas of the topographer themselves. Digital devices doubled as control mechanisms, their production intricately dependent on the decimation of digitally underrepresented regions, for rare earths, for underpaid labor. And as this new geography displaced the old, the digital subject became more visible than the physical subject. While the circulation of celebrities, luxury goods, liberal professionals, artists, tourists, and financial flows occupied the field of visibility, refugees, seasonal workers, indigenous populations, immigrants, and illegal aliens were rendered invisible. So what does the future look like for those lacking digital representation? And what does it look for those who are overrepresented, the digitally obese? If the conditions under which you exist are too precarious for you to be considered a user in this new landscape, you may be destined for extinction, or you may already be extinct, part of a barren, obsolete present that will soon be discontinued. Now, how did you experience other times? Strange fruit. A cargo boat glides across the water surface, smooth as a mirror. The ship ferries fresh exotic dreams, mostly grown in developing countries. Lychee and rambutan from Indonesia, Brazilian limes, dragon fruit from Vietnam, papayas, passion fruits, pineapples, and bananas, all glowing below decks with the sun-kissed allure of the global south. Logistics experts from each country of origin must adhere to strict requirements to ensure that the pallets inside the reefer containers remain free of malarial mosquitoes or traces of corruption, hunger, or civil war that could ruin the fruit. New flavors satisfy increasing demands. No compromises can be accepted when it comes to hygiene. Temperatures must be controlled. Now is the time for me to tell you something that you already know. There is no future. I cannot point you towards anything. I cannot fulfill your weak utopias. And what I mean by this is that the future cannot be designed. It is not a territory that you can conquer and plunder. It is not a place from where you can take resources. It is not any kind of space that can be approached colonially, because if you try, we will fuck you up. Now, let's try this for a moment. You are walking on the beach. You pick up a piece of sun-bleached plastic from the shore. You test it for legibility. You peel the brittle flakes with your fingernail, as if you were scraping a palimpsest, uncovering layers of meaning. Perhaps it was a dinosaur, you say. I would say no, it's undead plankton, weaponized fossils. Now look again, squint your eyes just right. This thing is dead, and yet it will never die. You are holding a timepiece. Diamonds last forever. You see, the future is legion. Without being able to imagine multiple temporalities, this exercise is going to be going nowhere. Yet, your imaginative capacities are currently limited to the domain of capital. This limit is a defining characteristic. We want horizons that have real-world applications. Therefore, the question of post-temporal capital, modes of escape, new modalities, the ultimate excess output, can't be bound. We don't want to demand a new economic theory. We don't want to demand an ethical horizon. The way in which you imagine now has no political project. It doesn't even require oxygen for humans to survive. This might be depressing for those who demand a structural, ethic, juridical horizon for political thought, not to mention for those who like to breathe. But let's not get depressed yet. There is more. I know that you are looking for reassurance, that you are in the middle of a pandemic that has brought your dreams to their knees. And in the standstill of the empty seas and the empty skies, I hope you know that you will not go back to anything normal once that this is over. Of course, things will become normalized because that is just the way that the world works. Whatever things will be, whatever normalizations will be, but you will not go back. You cannot move through time that way. The future, there is no way to predict how any of this will be read over time. One present that we know is southern, equatorial. Suspended time held together with bobby pins and chewing gum. Pandemic glitches and workarounds are nothing new in worlds that exist in a perpetual patchwork of imperfect infrastructure. The southern future is an impossible place where the real lived pain of people is obscured by foreign anecdotes of vacations and holiday photographs. This is a time register that I have never been able to live, no matter how far away from me they travel, in time or in place. Even if geographical dislocation allows me to live in 2, 3, or 4 time zones at once, equatorial time seems to be the only temporality and futurity that really counts. And some days, when I try to imagine the world that lies ahead, I end up feeling as if there is no point to that thought exercise, because I am already there. This has nothing to do with reproduction. It's about looking towards ready-made futures and always getting a bleak picture in return. There is nothing there that looks like me. Is the future a space of possibility, or is it a resource to be deployed and exhausted? Perhaps a big part of the problem is that the colonial project of the West ran out of space. It must have been easier when the maps had blank spots and unknowns upon which to project totalizing ambitions. Without any planetary territory left to claim, and with outer space being both expensive and hostile to life, the colonization of time probably appears to you like a viable alternative. The dreams of it all started to extend beyond the present, turning time into something to spend, where all wishes could be anticipated by algorithms. At this point of algorithmic wish fulfillment, the majority of projections of futurity in circulation have revealed themselves to be glaringly insufficient. The year 2020 showed us the modest limits of human technoscientific power and the ease with which future projections can be dismantled. Yes, I know, you can get another Amazon delivery tomorrow. But is that really the future? So let's try again. But instead of you letting Jeff Bezos colonize time itself, try to move into the future sideways, opening yourselves into multiple temporalities with simultaneous and possibly conflicting narratives. Oceans are acidifying and getting hot. But an apocalyptic storyline does not capture the complexity of the moment. Worlds are ending, even as new forms of flourishing become possible. Jellyfish populations are exploding with exuberance, even as coral reefs are bleaching. So while you wade into this ocean of feeling, you must remember the ongoing cascades of death and the cruelty of optimism. Some dreams are cruel because they are impossible, sheer fantasy, or because they are too possible and too toxic. Global climate change is outpacing all attempted solutions. The distributed enterprises filling the ocean with plastic seem unstoppable, at least in the short term. But even if you are powerless to prevent certain futures or even transform your present circumstances, a dystopian perspective is nothing but a trap. Dystopia is not generative. It produces passive resignation to the unavoidable, resigning the future to fate. In times of extinction and extraction, it is time to own up to the ways that our own modes of existence are entangled with the dead and the dying. Tactical opportunities lie ahead. We can expose and derail the predictable functioning of power. Careful articulation work is needed to establish and sustain new life support systems. We can dismantle the assemblages generating double death and discover new possibilities of love and life. You can escape the monolithic and insufficient depictions of calamity and dystopia by way of modest thinking. It is time for you to address not the future, but the things that you want a future for. Individually, carefully, thoughtfully, and most importantly, with imagination. Not the future with a capital F, but the many futures. Contradictory, complex, interwoven.
Thank you, Julieta, for those futures. We are very pleased. We would like to invite Paulina to also send a message to 2-1.
Hello, my fellow present timers, and hello, the blessed and cursed ancestors. It is very seldom that we contact you fellow nations nowadays. The withdrawal decision that was made approximately 75 years ago has proven itself to be a right one. The last communications within the last 160 years that included exchange with our fellow Duha nation gave us valuable information when asking what were the major changes in your recent history that have been relevant for you. And the answer given by Jacek's mother, saying that in 1975 we chose to use, instead of open fire, fire pits or stoves that can be carried around with our tents. That was a good change. Following that foot line, we have been actively deconstructing the past damages now for 7th generation. My dear ancestors of fellow nations, what was, what is, and what has been the art's role in decentralizing, de-overtaking, de-extracting, and taking over reborn sense of ourness and belonging in the cycle of life and cycle of living beings, re-equalizing, balancing the unbalance between them and us, and most of all, firstly, waking up from the collective cult of death, the despairing, depressing, dark, sleepless sleep that disconnects us and makes feel that there is no world, there is no us. Only me, only mind, only reflections of an imagination that has lost the core understanding what an imagination is. We did need advice for every I, and I to get there. We borrowed, we took, studied, tried to mimic, reason, build models in our mind how to connect I to I, how to be us with the water, calling it water instead of calling jauras, jogas, äkas, calling it nature, not wishing to call its parts with their true names given to us from the beginning of us. Don't call me raven, said the ones on the watershed times who took their art to beat the path, to walk back to forests, where the land was able to outoutua ja metsämiehen tulille kannustaa laskeutua metsäneidon. To continue the I, who without any guidance kept the nerve and stayed waiting with the art available, with the tools of the art available, until the raven chose to share its true name, Olen Kaarne. And then there were no longer an I. There was a raven, there was us. Minä ja Kaarne, me. And this began cross neighboring nation. And that I and I and I became us with their surroundings. And it was not my story that I tell you now anymore. It did not destroy the art. It did not destroy the possibilities, varieties, expressions and freedoms of self, the freedoms of art can have when not expressing a lone self anymore. I and I borrowed where there was to borrow, to practice, to simulate us. Setting a time frame of teaching of Haudenosaunee, or the Iraqi nations, as one of their names, then was setting a time frame of 7 generations for a change. It is a 7 generation that carries a reasonable time span of the basis of decisions to review if this is an action us will take or not, an activity that secures us or not. As the both brilliant minds from the ancient times of yours, the Haudenosaunee Sheridan the longboat wrote, Onkwe we, which is the unassimilated traditional Haudenosaunee, regard any assumption concerning the existence of an autonomous anthropogenic minds to be aberrations that violate the unity, interrelations and reciprocity between language and psychology, landscape and mind. The ecology of traditional territory possesses sentience that is manifest in the consciousness of that territory. And the same consciousness is formalized in and as traditional consciousness. Traditional mind, everything because everything minds traditional. Traditional minds are composed not just of visible ecological domains, but also by the numinous qualities of those domains that allow to mature, express the fullness of traditional territory. All growth minds and cultures mature, emerge, and encompass the old growth of their traditional territory. During the time that we still kept communing more, not just in a ceremonial manner with fellow nations, we understand that there is a wish to understand the path, what we have taken, what we have walked. I show you this is my dear and cursed ancestors. The map, our map. Of going back. First, we started with cumulative impact assessments of our forests and the situation of our lands and waters. As you can see, the time span have now reached your now, and how to take it back to this situation. We started rewilding of the forests, creating local Sami forest programs involving the whole community. We started shifting power to traditional governments. And all the time, we had ongoing battles of keeping outside pressures away from other interests, other implementations of national states' needs for having the same space. The carbon sinks that we were able to create, the old growth pockets of old growth areas, that has led to creating a possibility for you to survive as well. As you see now, the damage that has been done under 100 years, now we have recovered from that for 100 years. And the rewilding part is about 10% of the damage has been done, and within the seventh generation to come, we expect to be a part of the damage that would looking like this. Most of our days are spent with different algae, mushrooms, lichens, and the groundwork underneath them. We are closely collaborating with those networks and have created proper protocols how to include them in our decision making. Dear fellow nation ancestors, I wish to greet you all and say hello to all of our fellows have lived before us, and wish that you will not lose your hope, lose your sanity and ability to act.
We thank you, Paulina, for that moving message. So, we come back together. We are very moved by all of these messages to 2021. We thank us. We also know that many of these messages, though they are the air we breathe and the way we live with us, we wonder how they translate for those of the now of 2021. We know that they have questions. We know that they have asked us questions. They've asked us first about our optimism, where we can find our optimism. And in Paulina's message, we hear this question of optimism, and also how in Julieta's message, dystopia is something that we must avoid. We must see how we can act and be agents. But we first ask a basic question. From those in 2021, they ask, what do we wish? What do they wish that we knew? What do we wish our ancestors would know? what would be the things that they could do to act in their time as artists, as activists, as other generators? What could they do in their time? How could they begin is one other way we can ask this.
We would say, for it has already started, it has already begun, has already been happening. This is not new knowledge, this is old knowledge. The question is not what you can do or how you can do it. It is whether or not you are willing, committed, dedicated, desiring, wanting, collectivizing, divesting enough, giving up enough, being vulnerable, afraid, humble, listening enough to do it. You have all you need. It is not a question of what, it is a question of choice.
Paulina, we see that you have turned on your communications device.
Läntelen. Mun hääläsin vastet tämän kosmos mänkvuora magnasen veje. That there will be losses. There will be tremendous losses. There will be losses of areas. There will be losses of cultures. And there will be losses of lots of human population. But there will be also seeds. And securing those seeds is crucial. And the basis line of securing those seeds is that leaving alone the old growth areas globally, globally and locally, wherever the seed of an old growth area is, there's a potential of regrowth, relearning, rerouting to a place. And the places where the old growth areas already have been damaged, there's always a possibility for creating, restoring, creating neo-nature, creating new places and creating new relationships in those. Because there is no land on ideas, and there is no ideas without land. And if in this time of yours, the tool to spend more time with the river or a forest or a community that is rooted on that rivers or waters or seas, if you are not yourself, if the tool to spend time with that, to defend the people's right to be with that core area, to protect here, is art, so be it. And if that's the way to come closer within that generation that you are living it, let it be. And same time, let the land change you, because a worldview that cannot be rooted into practices, into living bodies, is hanging on the air, and it is a cause of distraction and unclear focus. And I would also wish to add that it is meaningless, or to be more precise, unsafe to speak about the endemic qualities of communicating with nature, the land, if we do not address the mechanisms that have for a long period of time interfered with that communication until the point of extinction. And in this time of ecological and existential crisis, you cannot cherry pick, for instance, indigenous cosmological practices in a philosophical, artistic, or theoretical way. If we are to go there, then we have to undo the damage as well that has been made to those practices, and mostly the lands that are the source of all that knowledge. And the question is then, how do I do it? And with who then?
The one last thing to add is that time waits for no one, right? So if you cannot build a better future unless you put the effort in building a better present. You cannot think that in 140 years things are going to go well if you are not trying to protect the nature as it is, if you're not trying to make sure that to stop the flow of inequality that is currently so rampant. It's not going to magically solve itself just because 140 years pass. So as long as there are children taking swigs of gasoline and spitting fire in corners in Brazil, I cannot dream of a better future because I want you to think of fixing that present, not dream of the future. I think once you have taken care of that, you can move along and dream further.
What we hear also in the messages is the question of connectedness, of relation, and of the interconnectedness of many of these questions. What we've heard also in your message, Paulina, now is also the direct involvement or engagement with the land, something that also we know that some in the present of 2021 also would acknowledge. We do have the question, so many of these things, to those who exist in an individualistic society, one which has not yet recognized those interconnections. Many of those who see themselves as I's and not yet as we's, they may feel that they must act alone, that they are individual actions. Yet we also know that many of the challenges faced in 2021 are not only questions of individual action, are not at all questions of individual action, but questions of large actors, of states, of corporations, of those things that once were. How is it that the artist, how can it actually influence those larger actors? Should it? Can it? Or must it start first from another scale, the scale of the smaller we?
If that question was addressed for me or someone else, but I could shortly give you an answer. Around 170 years back, my ancestor in a matriarchal line started using her artistic networks to collect in resources, to combine natural science with traditional knowledge holders. And they use the knowledge that artists have on getting over the posing self. When we are talking about colonized societies, even it would be the colonized or the colonizer, both have very strict roles. The one is the oppressor and the one is oppressed. And there's a lockdown of information. Both are holding back their own information. The colonized, whether it be the indigenous peoples or the local peoples, they are holding back the information that they have in the first hand of the land, because they feel that if the information is shared, it's only used against of them. And the one who are the colonizers, they are holding back the information. Why are they gathering this information? Because they have mega projects going on, they have their own infrastructure plans that they don't wish to share, because in a fear that if we share and open this to a real dialogue, those plans would be opposed. So those roles are almost impenetrable. And having a background in my ancestral matriarchal line of studying performative arts, of breaking that official role and getting to a connection that there are other ways of speaking, there are other ways of communicating, and also that even when collaborating with science, there are songs, there can be stories, there are so many different ways of proving your what you are seeing and proving that there are other speakers than us human beings. And somehow that collaboration that we took over in our ancestral line ended up in a situation that we were able to first collect evidence of a climate change. At the same time, there was all the time a small-scale community building, that how to be functioning human beings, starting with the culinary workshops of getting in touch with your emotions, organizing small scale of group therapy, or speaking how to be a woman in a very patriarchal suppressing system. Always trying to find a way to break those roles that were given from the top down, somehow to break those roles and pour some life to people that are constantly hindered from living and being full selves. And then when the scientists came in, first having this very, very long dialogue to convey the scientists that traditional knowledge also has a role. And when that dialogue was done and the scientists and traditional knowledge owners were not opposites, but not competing, but completing ways of knowing. And when the arts know of understanding how human soul and how human spirit and the human body are able to hide themselves, hide their true meanings, and how we can deconstruct that hiding process, that people would actually be bare and open to dialogue, even though knowing that that dialogue doesn't necessarily end up in a very short term getting the unequal situation more balanced. And that collaboration took place, and then starting to film and strengthen all the time the core group and the core from the inside, and at the same time all the time campaigning to the obstacles outside, whether it be government, whether it be the markets, whether it be global pulp companies. That was doable, but it started from creating the sense of us from the individuals, and then and keeping those circles very concrete and tight. And within 20 to 30 decades, we were able to start taking the language back, because the language, traditional languages, is the key to communicate with your land. And traditional languages and its vocabulary gives you the access and the key of unlocking the language of getting to the right protocol of communicating with the land. And that process took over something like 50 years. And when the grandchildren of the first one started to be that strong, then started the detachment process, because the communication between the larger society and our society was not possible. And therefore we choose to withdraw, and maybe within 7 generations to come, a new possibility for a dialogue is possible. We don't know that yet. And the structural ongoing war that you all are living now in your 2021, there's an ongoing war on resources, and you're all part of that. It's still ongoing, but we have secured our area by making very rough decisions of withdrawal and campaigning almost for 100 years before that.
There's something here in this question about scale and the kind of binaries of state level and interpersonal level. It's really important to remember that states are run by individuals, small groups. Those groups have families, those groups have children, those groups have friends and uncles, those groups read books, those groups go to the theater. These are not people who live in actual glass houses removed from society. So it has to happen at all levels. Can art have a say? My question is, where are we if art doesn't have a say? Where are we if artists aren't deeply entrenched and entangled up with the ontologies and epistemologies and possible futures of being? Where are we? Where are we left? Nowhere that I want to be. And I think there's really, I think you call it in your time a red herring. It is a distraction, this idea of individualism. These global systems that you're dealing with, capitalism, patriarchy, neocolonialism, are codependent mycelial networks. They are using the ecological systems all around them to learn how to sustain themselves, how to be codependent. You don't have any of these systems, white supremacy, ableism, patriarchy, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Blackness. These political systems cannot exist in isolation without one another. It is you who seem to not understand that you also cannot live in isolation without one another. That's the great lie of these systems, that you are individuals. You're interconnected all the time. You take a deep breath now, you're breathing in millions of microbes. You're exhaling zillions of microbes. You're impacting the room all around you. You're impacting the people on this call. You're impacting the children and babies that come into your lives, whether you pass them on the street or whether they've come out of your bodies. And so art has to happen at all levels, but this is what I'm talking about, commitment and choice. It's a choice. I really agree with the iteration of us that is Paulina here, that it is, you cannot cherry pick. I'm going to commit on this one level. I'm going to commit to not driving a car, but I'm still going to hire only white cis men in roles in my company. It doesn't work that way. And similarly, art has to be had in conversation with your parents, with your colleagues, with your children. And then it also has to be had on a state level, but those two things are interconnected. You know, if you make theater for children, some of those children might be the children of the presidents and prime ministers of the future. And that piece of theater that they come to see can radically shift their entire worldview. There is such a scarcity of what you believe is possible and that you believe that you're isolated. So it's really about looking around and recalibrating the resources that you have, because so much has been done with far less resources. The movements that we look to, that we draw from, that we're inspired by, were not done with sick pay and maternity leave and 2 or 3 parent households. That is not what they were fueled by. So what are the resources that you have, and what are the choices that you're making to do with them, and who are you willing to ally with, even if you're not always on the same page? Where is that meeting point, and what are you willing to do to get there?
Thank you, Ama. We want to make sure that if the we known as Julieta also would like to add anything, we also hear a reference to questions of withdrawal before and the digital divide, but we want to give space also to Julieta to contribute.
I can pass on this round of contributions.
Okay. We do see one thing we want to say then also to Ama, we very much, this resonates as well. There is the question that art, as it was called in 2021, it achieved such proximity to power. When we hear of children of people in powerful positions seeing a play or encountering the thing called culture back then, we are reminded by how that is the odd thing of art's elite status in that moment, is its proximity to all of those different social strata and levels and the potential for interference. We know that there are also questions from from 2021. Some of them are about even whether art would exist separately from other disciplines, or whether art might be redefined. We understand that even in 2021, some people, even in organizations like what was called IPCC, understand art perhaps as painting or as photographs, as objects, perhaps in a different way than art might be seen now. I wonder if there's any comments on this question.
Can you hear me? I'm always a little bit confused when I see art addressed as such, because I think that's a problem that comes from 7 generations ago, the idea that it was possible to outsource the solution of social conflicts onto artists instead of politicians, so that artists would have to solve housing crisis, climate change, scarcity and inequality. Artists, I have always believed, can point at the best possible questions, not necessarily the best possible answers. They can contribute to the answers, but it's not their job. So art by now has a different role. The idea that prevailed in 2021, that art had this function, was dangerous because it's equivalent as asking plumbers to perform heart surgeries. They may have the best intentions, they may not have the best tools.
Thank you. We know that with these means of communication, we also have a limited duration. These messages are very difficult to produce. So we know that there may be those from what we might call the past or from 2021 who would like to communicate with us as well. We want to then thank all of us before we transition to the next phase and then come back again for a broader discussion where we will try to bridge these different moments to speak with others.
Thank you so much, Prem. Can you all hear me from your respective futures?
We believe you are trying to speak, Bruno, but
Yes,
we believe that you are muted.
I believe you can hear me now from your respective futures, correct? Thank you so much. I want to interrupt the conversation for just a moment. We're still constrained by 2021's time frames, and we would like also to have a little break. But before, we would like you all to engage with our time travelers in-house, Arvid and Marie, so that we can go smoothly into the break and then rejoin forces for the breakout rooms at around 3:45 Central European time, these old time frames. And then back again at 4:15 CET for the General Assembly that will be live streamed. So now I'd like to give the floor to Arvid and Marie again and count with your contribution.
Welcome. Welcome to your time. What time? Present? Future? No. Your time of enjoyment and relaxation. Welcome to your tool of emotion. We are disciples from beyond, here to free you from your conscious thoughts. We are here to lead you along the infinite sea of electrons. Much has been said. Much has been filling your brain. It is now time to forget conscious thought. Let us cast away our individuality and to celebrate interconnectedness, let us communicate once more. Prepare yourself to immerse in the great body of Zoom. On the top left corner of your screen, find the symbol of support of the little green shield, and right next to it, original audio. As you press original audio, it will fill with an eerie blue color. That is the right position. That is the way to the trance state. Are you ready? You know this already, so we will expect a beautiful communion. Now unmute yourself and let me spread through all of your computers. And stop. Please mute yourself again as I mislead your debate. I always miss your circuits. I'll be back again. We are now leaving our common sonic space, getting back to each of our times. Remember this time of sound, this sounds of the future. You can now leave the blue realm of the original sound by bringing your cursor to the top left of the screen. Turn off original sound. When the blue blood lifts it, you are freed from the digital trance state. If you need to stand up to grab a drink, now is the moment. But if you want, you can remain here with us and enjoy the calm together. Eyes closed, mind drifting. Breathe in, breathe out. Let us now enjoy silence.
I had some maelstrom experience in the breakout rooms, which I think really refreshed me. And I hope you've had really great experiences too, and that you've trained your voices a little bit and got some new things in your pockets to address in the assembly that we will have in a little bit. But before we transition, I would like to present work by Jan van Eyck participants, artists Aliki van der Kruijs and Charlotte Lagros, called Waking Up in 2161, for which they requested a class of 8-year-old children to navigate toward 2161 in drawings and stories that the artists used to compile a vision of a future world in which humans live in harmony with a variety of futuristic ecosystems. So please, if you have some comments or things you would like to share, reach out to artists Aliki and Charlotte via chat directly, or tell them to everyone. They're very happy for the feedback.
Waking up in 2161. It's the son of the night, and the woman is going 10 years faster. He travels all over galaxy. Everyone lives in some kind of villa. The sun moved into a kind of dome. It's night because it's never day. The man on the flying bicycle is fishing with a hook. The other man is at home. The other man jumps on a fireboard. We live in space, due to the climate. The earth is broken. Unfortunately, you never see daylight here. East-south in the far distance, and how about you? The city is called My Hero Academy City. There, the people have real superpowers. There's a robot that takes electricity to have light. Everyone lives in a kind of bar construction with a robot dog, and you move on the clouds. They invented a new sport that is called whipballen, and it goes follows. You put on a ball on a seesaw and you jump on the other side, and your house is on stilts. Flying cars, floating cars, south-southwest, the far distance, and how about you? This is Robot City. In 150 years, a lot of robots are alive. They help you with everything. Like with the dishes and much more. The inventors go to make more robots. Bye. The end.
Thank you, Aliki and Charlotte, for this wonderful journey. So now we can open the assembly to invite everyone to join with their questions and thoughts, and we would be very happy that now you join with your faces, with your videos. We already have some questions kind of aligned in the Zoom chat already, but it's also possible to ask them via if you're listening in YouTube or Vimeo, and we will read them. So maybe Bruno wants to start.
Yes. Before we start, we would like to ask if perhaps we can have everyone take a moment and perhaps think about one thing that came out of you call them breakout rooms, I believe, out of the smaller scale groupings of we's. And if every we can simply write down one thought or idea or resonance that has come out of this to perhaps then share through this text-based interface or through Word, as is preferable. So maybe we just take one moment for everyone to write down one thing that has stayed with them.
Let's do that, Prem. It's a wonderful idea.
We thank you. We see many comments already coming in this text interface. We give it one more moment so that everyone can contribute, all we's. And maybe then from 2021, perhaps later, in some moments, we then read those if needed for those who are accessing on other channels in other technologies. We are also going to use the technology, I believe, is called Zoom, and we are going to unspotlight ourselves. And we would also encourage, perhaps we can remove spotlight from the we known as Inga, and we could encourage everyone to, I believe in the northeast of your display, there is a button called View. If we click on View, we may see Gallery, and that will allow us to see all of the we's who are in the room. We would actually love to ask, is there any we here who would like to read some of the comments in the text interface? Perhaps a we who has not yet spoken, but would like to. It seems we are silent, but we're never actually silent. So we'll also encourage us, if we feel comfortable, to use the button at Southwest and unmute ourselves, simply so that we can hear us and where we are and understand that we are in a space now across time. And that may make it more comfortable for some of those us's who would like to speak to come to word.
Hello, friend. Do you hear me? Yes. We wanted to ask you, as your generation from the future, how did you quit on your addiction to fossil fuels? And if you actually managed to get rid of this addiction?
Thank you for the question. Should we answer? Or Paulina, would the one as Paulino like to answer?
Yes, thank you, our ancient friend, for the question. We simply ran out of fossil fuel.
Thank you, Paulina. We also have often taken inspiration from the things that you called novels, which were also artworks. One that we found very interesting was a book called The Ministry of the Future by, I believe, a we who called themselves Kim Stanley Robinson. This we tried to outline almost a plan for some ways that some people in the future could work together at different scales. It was very provocative, though not entirely accurate in its predictions.
Okay, so I'll ask a quick question because this is starting to be scary. Is there any arrangement between the organizers of these talks and the IPCC to actually give them some feedback on what's been spoken about here? Did they show any interest in hearing back the ideas that could be elaborated here, or just the embryos of ideas that could be put forth? Please, anyone do.
I can give it a try. From 2021. No, actually not. This whole thing started with the idea of asking whether we can be part of the reviewing process of the IPCC. Next to the scientific assessment, and it's Bruno and Inga that came up with the idea of the IPACC, which is now a beautiful timeline towards 2161. But we can take all your ideas and bring it to them. I think that's a very good idea.
Can I add something? Hi, Carlos. I'm not sure if you followed yesterday, but two of the vice chairs were in conversation with Hisham and in conversation with us. And on our conversations behind the scenes, they were actually open and interested in these possibilities, and even suggested ways in which, in practical terms, there could be an engagement in the not only in the assessment report, but also in the observation of their organization. There's something called the partner observation organizations that see their ways of working. So they were proposing alternatives that we could bring this engagement with the IPCC beyond rhetorics or speculation or conversation. Of course, the feasibility of those proposals are still yet to be assessed. What is still yet to be assessed is what is the direction that we want to go towards, and not necessarily linger on this object of discussion, the IPACC. That's something that needs to necessarily occur. So, yeah, I think the IPCC, or the contact that we had with some of the people that work for the IPCC was fruitful in the sense that they were also proposing other ways of interacting beyond this rhetorical.
Yeah, and maybe I can add to that. This whole idea of the Earthsea Intensive actually stems from the wish in order to allow a multitude of voices to speak with each other about the larger questions. whether they relate to art or whether they relate to a larger spectrum of disciplines or sectors. And something that Yuba of the IPCC yesterday also suggested is not to call it an intergovernmental panel, but a people's panel. And in our session just now, we also were talking about this. Maybe we should deviate the discussion a little bit away from the arts as a domain that needs to solve or that needs to do anything, but maybe go beyond what the artist is and say an artist, you know, is a person, and start to talk about people. And it has always been sort of my question whether how do you organize a larger assembly and have people speak? As you can see, it's quite difficult, although we are really succeeding. But how do you allow a multitude of voices to speak? Now, there's another project that we are at the moment working on, which is our going against or being critical of the renaming of the Bauhaus, the new European Bauhaus. And with a number of presentations, or with a number of institutes, we've written a letter, and that letter has been signed hundreds of times by professionals or people around the world, also who agree with us that the naming of the European Green Deal towards the new European Bauhaus is non-inclusive, is Eurocentric, etc., etc. If you can read my article together with Rolando Vasquez, in which we lay out basically, all of the reasons. Within this project, we felt also that we need to push the European Commission to work less top-down and to involve the public in these kind of decisions that mark all of us. The question here is, how do you do such thing? And the European Commission at the moment is doing that by instigating a design process, which will end in July. Most people don't know it, but you can write yourself in and come up with ideas, etc., etc. This should be a transparent process. The problem, however, is one, that this process is mediated by an administration. So it's through an administrational framework that we have to do this. But also they need to overcome how do you structure ideas? How do you structure, how do you make it as such that people can speak? And this is difficult. And that's also a question that actually that we put forward. Or do we need to do it? And are there other ways? So maybe that's to add to that.
We would add, we see somebody else has a question or comment, but we would just add briefly to your comment, Hisham, to say, well, since we are speaking to you only in, I believe, February of 2021, you may not yet know what will happen next. And perhaps actually I could give the word to Paulina, with whom who we were just discussing how it's not yet known in your time that the IPCC will in fact embed artists within their work. Paulina, would you be willing to send a message about that?
Yes, thank you. My fellow ancestors from neighboring nations, I would like to inform you that the turning point of inclusion of more voices to IPCC's work was having a straightforward effect on getting the political clout for the recommendations made by IPCC. And one of the crucial roles was that after the meeting that you were having in February 2021, the art community chose to accept the invitation made by IPCC to have a role as a monitoring role, part of peer reviewing the literature. And from that process, the mutual dialogue started, the artists providing information for the IPCC, the scientists, nature scientists, what kind of forms of knowledge art does possess, especially in order to make the information not only from the scientists to the citizens, but also from the citizens to scientists, available and accessible in other ways than just the specific science report, form of the specific science report. And artists choose to collaborate and join forces and make alliances with especially indigenous artists and indigenous communities and environmentalists. And there were several fields of knowledge holders from the arts that were giving their time and effort with and without resources of how making this dialogue possible, how to build on platforms of dialogue. And that caused a huge democratization of IPCC's work and led us to major breakthrough policies and decisions approximately 120 years ago.
We are so happy. I think I want to applaud that. That's fantastic. We are very happy that this will be happening, and this gives us hope, in fact, and might move us away from this burden that we feel that artists should and have to solve the world. I think this is really nice. I think there are questions from the present. Frank?
Yes, well, I have to introduce myself a little bit. I did with the others already. I'm a scientist, I'm a climatologist, and I worked for the European Commission. So I want to
nice.
Welcome. Number of buttons here. So in a research institute, the only European research institute of the European Commission, it's called the Joint Research Center. And I did that until 5 years ago. So I was involved in IPCC, I was involved in negotiations, COP, the various COPs, and I can confirm what Paulina just said. There is in the last 10 years in the scientific community a great opening towards the arts. And I realized that the artists were always open to the scientific world and wanted to interact with the scientific world, but we did not took the invitation because we were busy with our work, and it's already 110% job to really do scientific work, like it is 110% job to do as an artistic work. No? So, but anyway, the last 10 years, there is a lot of openness in various research institutes. They bring, I think you know that, you have residents, artists in residence and that sort of programs also in scientific organizations, like in the Joint Research Center. I made that program 5 years ago, and we have now a festival every 2 years. Now with COVID, it's all a little bit. So, Paulina, these things happened and they are growing. And if you talk about IPCC, I remember the 4th report or the 3rd report, you know, the 6th report next year, no? We were saying, okay, we have these reports on solutions for climate change, whether it's reducing emissions or adapting to climate change. We realized that the solution we were offering were sort of, how we saw it, they didn't connect with the culture of the people. No? Certain solutions work in one culture, but not in another culture, right? Simply, if you talk about eating less meat, I mean, that works in one culture, but it certainly doesn't work in Austria or in Germany. So you have to overcome certain things there. So I think art can play a role in addressing this cultural problem. No, we produce solutions, but to make these solutions work, they have to be embedded in a larger culture, and that at IPCC, at least 5 or 10 years ago, nobody was able to address that. We were knowing the problem, but nobody was there to address that. And then maybe after that, as Paulina said, there was more opening to sociologists, artists, and things. So these things are happening.
Sure.
And one thing about the Commission, European Commission, there is often a very wrong idea about the European Commission, and that's the fault of the Commission itself. We did not a very good job in saying what we did and how we did it. But the European Commission is far from a top-down organization. I mean, if the Commission comes out with, for instance, the Green Deal, no, it's based on years of committees, no, with the countries, with the NGOs, with the business NGOs, and so on and so on. The Commission even pays money to Greenpeace, and because she realizes that these NGOs don't have the money like Shell and BP has to come to the meetings. No, so the Commission even stimulates, but it's true, it never stimulated the art world. And that's true, and that's an opportunity. So again, in the GRC, in the Joint Research Center 5 years ago, we started by inviting artists to, at least at the scientific level, because we were doing science for the Commission, to sort of bringing the artists to broaden our scientific view on things and to discuss and to build an alliance. I mean, that's, I think, the right word, building an alliance.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you, Frank. To add to that, we've had 2 meetings with the European Commission, with the Joint Research Center, with Xavier Trouzard, and with Ruud Reichenstein, who works with the Office of Ursula von der Leyen. And they were really fruitful. And you're exactly right. They are very much open. And I absolutely believe that to make such thing as European Green Deal must have been a 2 years, 3 years work in negotiations all over, and I applaud the European Commission for that. I applaud Frans Timmermans for that, and also Ursula von der Leyen. But in fact, the naming of the European Bauhaus, that was sort of a quick decision, and maybe not too much thought about. So for us, and as a Moroccan Dutch, I feel excluded when we need to follow something which is much more of a German Leitkultur, or so we need to discuss these things. So that's why we wrote the letter, and this was successful, and I mean, we had great discussions, and I was absolutely surprised that we would have the IPCC at the table. So now we have that, all right? So now we have these connections, and now we have these people at the table. So what do we do from now? And I've heard many great things. Also in the chat, I saw maybe we need to write a charter. So from your position, Frank, from what you've done at the European Commission, what you've done in your professional life, what would you suggest we should do at this point?
Well, you know, I changed jobs 5 years ago. I retired early because I felt the need to do things differently for my own mental health, because working for the Commission as a scientist for the European Commission, always on, I mean, it's hard, no? It's frustrating, and it goes slowly, but it goes forward. I mean, that's the lesson I took. It goes forward, no? Opening towards artists, it's there. But I made my own museum, the Museum of Anthropology, which is my way to sort of put everything together, to make a collection of my ideas, basically. So because you have to sort of, so that's what I'm doing now. So I'm very much in between art and science and politics, in this somewhere there. I'm not an artist. I was a scientist. So I don't care what I am. As I wrote in the chat, it's all work at the end. No?
Exactly.
You have to keep working, whether you're an artist or a scientist or a politician. If you want to move things forward, it doesn't go by itself. You have to sort of push it and create, upscaling or side scaling. No, we sort of have to connect all these very nice initiatives that are happening. This is my third, by chance, and every week I join them, but it's a third grouping with people like you that I follow. This week, last week it got me in Scotland. It's a chance, by chance that it's the. So how can we, and that's my question to the people in 2161, how did you do it? I mean, this was technology part of it. I mean, we meet through technology. To me, it should be possible, technology should be able to connect all these various platforms that are popping up on Zoom and Skype, and somehow that must be, we should be able to connect that somehow, that we all talk together in one room. Or, how did you come up?
Well, we
to the
thank you for the question from 2021. We would answer that the solutions are always various, and they are always multivocal, and they happen at different scales. As other we's from 2161 suggested earlier, some of them were about how we conceive of ourselves, how we relate to others on a smaller scale. Technology for sure played roles as well, but there were also changes in the terms. As we can see in the text interface, there is a comment from Matthew C. Wilson about artistic or art as an adjective that modifies instead of as an outcome. We also were struck by how in the comments from February 2021 from the IPCC, it seems that art is often seen maybe by scientists or often by the general public as a discrete set of objects or outcomes, such as a painting, a photograph, a polar bear, or something else. We realized that in fact, this means that a greater understanding of what art is and has been for a number of decades, if not longer, is needed. And that is to think of art perhaps as an adjective, as suggested, or also in terms of the longer term processes that artists are and have always been putting into place. So perhaps this kind of awareness can also shift the role of what an embedded artist within a government organization might be able to do. As one of the other people from your time, Fernando, also suggested in mentioning the artist placement group. We find these to be very valuable suggestions, not towards outcome, but towards process and ways of knowing and seeing and listening and generating that are outside of the ways that what some people thought of as Western scientific models often produced in terms of singular bodies of knowledge and output.
You're right, it's very difficult to talk on this platform, but I'm going to try. I was thinking as you were speaking about IPACC, and I was thinking about what the role of, I mean, I question the notion of artist as I think we're all artists, so that's my starting point. But I was just imagining the Academy or a bunch of people from here working with IPACC and thinking about the way that IPACC might take, or the IPCC might take a platform at somewhere like COP26. And that being the work that you think about how you can engage a huge audience of people who are there to discuss futures and acting together and work out, because I often think you get all these people who are making decisions in one place together. And how do you create a space where you can help them change their thinking or open up a new gateway? And I think that's what we can do, is we can work with people presenting information, or maybe encourage them to take the platform in a different way, where they're not presenting data anymore, but they're actually working with imagination. And I think scientific imagination, artists are scientists, artists are philosophers, scientists are geographers. You know, we've been almost by the system, we've been compartmentalized, and we keep trying to come back together to work together. So that's where I see. I'm not going to. So I have a story, and the ending of my story, which I'm trying to grow this story, is that people are taken on this journey basically back into the past, and then they're brought back from the past back to the present again. So they sort of see what's happened, and I think that's what I'm just wondering if what's possible between in collaborations or breaking down boundaries or working together.
But these things have been tried. I think many of you must know Bruno Latour and the work he does. And at the occasion of 2015, the Paris, the UNFCCC, so the climate negotiation, the big meetings that you talked about, in 2015, was in Paris. And a couple of months before that meeting, he organized a UNFCCC, not of governments, but of people and of humans and non-humans. No? So the atmosphere was represented there and the oceans were represented there by people, obviously. And so the discussion was totally different and more inclusive and holistic and than what you would have at the UNFCCC, where you have countries talking at the end. No? But I don't know what, this happened, and he probably has a book about this, but then, okay, that's one step, one attempt, and we have to work on it, and you have to experiment, you have to do all kinds of experiments.
And it's hugely important. I mean, this project, I know the project has had great influence on other projects. I mean, there's other people like Jonas Staal with the World Summit. There is many different kinds of ways that people have tried to build fora, and it's important. It's like it adds to. I think this is what we do. It's a process of negation. It's a process of addition. It's a process, and I think we need to keep on doing that. Perhaps what we're doing now is also to provide for a way. Maybe we are communicating actually to people outside of the arts world at this point. Maybe you are trying to tell the world, you know, to give precedence to the arts and to give space to it and to allow for it and to move. I mean, you have to understand the discussion in the Netherlands just 2 years ago was why culture, why arts? You know, art was seen as a leftist hobby. They had stickers. Art is a leftist hobby. We had the cuts in 2012. I mean, people see culture as an extra thing. We have a ministry of culture. But shouldn't you see everything through the lens of culture? Isn't everything cultured? Isn't everything mediated? Shouldn't the Ministry of Economy be in the Ministry of Culture, let's say? I mean, I read a beautiful article yesterday about how economy is a subset of ecology. I thought that was super interesting to look at it this way than the other way around. So I think we need to build upon all these projects and add to them and change them. And that's what we do, a continuous interplay. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, yeah.
But then sorry if I...
go ahead,
sorry, Frank, can I interrupt for a moment from 2161? I see in the chat, in the text interface, there's so many people and people who are even asking to come to word. So I'd ask that maybe those who haven't spoken, but who would like to speak, please feel free to join.
Juliana,
would you like to come to word?
Yes, of course. Thank you. So let's see how we do this. It's my first time on Zoom. So there we go. Yeah. Yes. Thank you for this interesting day. I would like to bring up a question and perhaps a contribution, maybe a proposal, starting from matter, materials, going to science and art practice as things that might have an impact, transformative impact. And as Hisham says, of course, we cannot save the planet, you know, we are like tiny mosquitoes on a big elephant, right? But maybe it's important to see how we deal with what we consume from this planet. I have some materials that I'd like to show you here. Could you guess what is this one? It's camphor.
It is what? I'm sorry?
Camphor. Camphor. Camphor is a resin from a tree. Camphor?
Yeah.
Camphor. You find it back in this kind of balms for pain. It's very mental-like. Right? In fact, it's a resin from a tree that grows in Japan, in China, countries like that. This is a piece of a tree from Cluj, Transylvania. This is a tiny piece of tree from Maastricht, Ghana, the forest. My question is, how do we relate to such materials if the information that we have about them comes from books, from internet? So we do not touch them, we don't feel them, we cannot smell them, we do not feel in which ways they impact our bodies. And I believe if various industries and businesses, they damage the earth, is perhaps because they do not have this awareness. Because I cannot imagine anyone goes happily to sleep in the evening thinking, I'm so happy I've destroyed half of the Amazon forest, so I'm going to sleep well tonight. So my question is, what kind of practices can we envision that can raise awareness? And can we as artists come with those kind of practices? Because art as a practice is perhaps a process in which we try to understand something, and as a result, maybe we create a new vision of the world or of that subject that we are working with. If that makes sense, I could share it, but you see what I mean? It's a training of the senses. I'm very honest about that. You know, I think if you do make a contact as a person, at an emotional level with trees, then as a director of a company that produces paper, the decisions that you are going to make are going to be influenced, impacted by the emotions that you have, by the way you feel about the tree.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Oh, you're muted. Thank you.
We live detached from nature. That's a bit the problem. Eh? So that we live detached from nature. More and that's,
all right. I would also have a suggestion, a proposal to come up with something that I don't want to take too much space. So I don't know, maybe tomorrow I come again and make this proposal as performance.
Great.
Is that okay?
Yeah, we thank you, Juliana. Yes, I believe that the time today is limited, but tomorrow is another day in 2021.
Right. Thank you for that.
It's not on. Mike? Okay.
Hello, hello. Oh yeah, you can hear me now. This technology from the past. So, the time, it's 5 p.m. Central European time, old standards. And I would like to ask both Prem and Paulina and Ama and Julieta, who are in another dimension, but for sure with us, and also all the attendees in the Zoom and people on chat, to help us synthesizing a message or a question that we want to take to the group of the present in tomorrow's assembly. For this, I would like to give priority to Prem and Paulina, who are in 2161. And then, of course, we can have everyone else's contribution if you'd like. But Prem and Paulina, could you tell us your messages?
Paulina, would you like to begin?
Okay, I can do that. My dear ancestors of neighboring nations, I would suggest you, when you are now making your decisions, you keep your calms and focus on now, what is on the front line. Because now is not a time of, I don't know how to say that in English, even with that old technology, that you would understand me correctly, that now is not a time of democracy for that everyone's voice is as important. because you really need to focus on the vital information, what is on the front line of science and art and activism and nature conservation now. And also that do not get too stuck on the tags, role tags, whether you call yourself an artist or an activist or a scientist. Now in our present 2161, my native language still don't have a word for an artist. And we are quite proud of that achievement. And we still don't have a creation story for a human being yet. And we are proud of that achievement of that as well. And by assessing that, what is the most necessity or important information, how to build a list of demands, as I'm seeing one of the teleprompters from the ancient technology is messaging us. And what is the way to communicate that list of demands, and how to do having these small circles of discussion and making proper protocols of having a possibility to have everybody a voice, but then choosing who is going to present according to this protocol, the decision made by each group to a larger audience. And from that, it needs to be based on the latest outfront information, frontline information.
We thank you, Paulina. We would say, we are many we's. We do not speak monovocally. And the other we's, Ama, Julieta, who are in other dimensions, will for sure represent other positions, other ways of knowing, other ways of communicating. But we will speak for this one moment, this one instantiation. We will agree with Paulina. We think that, first of all, we need for the present to be clearer. We need for the present in its own way to make these demands, to make these priorities, and to see that art is not simply a plaything. Art is always a form of communication, of community, of communion. Whether we call it art or another word is not as relevant to us. What we call art, and this we, is only a very limited we. What we in this particular room call art is already a thing that from one century to another, from the 18th century to the 19th century to the 20th century, changed so radically. And so we're not so concerned with that. What we are concerned with is how this thing called art in 2021 can be a Trojan horse. How art has multiple scales, this thing that you call. How on an individual level, it may allow people to find the calm and peace and clarity that takes them out of the world of consumption and the world of speed. Yet also how the thing you call art in 2021 might have the ability to bring different actors together. How that thing called art can bring unlikely bedfellows together and connect the thing called human with the thing called animal, with the thing called material, and in all other forms, as it is done. And the third is that in 2021, this thing that was still called art, it had evolved over hundreds of years to have access to power. It could speak to the things that were called governments, to the things that were called nations, even sometimes to the things that were called corporations, or at least to the then individuals who seemed to lead those things that were called corporations. And so in this form, art has this thing called art has access. And this access allows it to communicate important messages, not only the clear messages, but also those that are bodily and emotive and beautiful and confusing. But it can still create a linkage between this world of knowledge that for some reason was called science, but before that was also connected with things known as belief and known as spirit and known as knowledge in other ways. And it can perhaps reconnect them by having an influence upon this sphere called science, this sphere called government, this sphere called power. This is what this we would say to 2021.
Thank you so much. Message registered. Thank you very much, Prem. Thank you, Paulina, Julieta, and Ama from your own respective futures and dimensions for the burden of sending the message to another time with these archaic technological devices in between us. Thank you. Also, thank you all present for your endurance with these time travels and the jet lag that they come with. So now to make us all reunite in time, or at least travel back from the future, we welcome again our current Jan van Eyck Academy participants, Arvid and Marie, who will hopefully bring us back safely to the present.
You wake up. You are still a computer machine idling on the internet network. It was all a dream. The concept of life forms trying to prevent a deadly climate crisis is already losing its meaning as you close unnecessary background tasks. Time to run a virus scan. Before you let your dream completely escape your computation, there is this one detail you want to save to memory. Was it a thought? Was it a material? Was it a concept or an object? You try to calculate it. You open the typing tool and write this memorable detail in the chat box. This is the one thing you'll take back with you to your present existence. Did you write it in the chat already? Well, time to run a new virus scan.
Please write it in the chat, as they asked. So I hope you all made to the present safe and sound. Thank you so much again, everyone. Just before we close down the session, I would like to invite you for tomorrow's assembly between the present and the future. And please register if you wish to be part of it via Zoom. You can go to the Jan van Eyck Academy website and check the registration details there. Otherwise, you can also follow on Vimeo and YouTube for the live streams. Inga.
Thank you so much, and it was really illuminating to having one day both the present and the future. So thank you, and the participants and everyone who was with us today. And see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central European time.
Hisham?
Thank you very, very, very much. I don't know if the microphone's working, but you can hear me. It's not working.
Turn it on, turn it off.
Turn it on and off. Anyways, I would thank you for these intense days. And I hope to see you back tomorrow. Is it on now? The battery is down, I'm down, everyone is down right now. Okay. Yeah, this was fantastic. I mean, it was so much more than I anticipated, and it's so wonderful. I mean, I completely understand it's super intense as well, to listen to all these voices, and for me sometimes it's also just nice to sit down and just to listen and to let it get into me. No, I'm super happy about what we've been doing the past 2 days, and I thank you all for that. I thank the team. I thank everybody who's worked hard on this project, the panelists and the speakers, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Also, the group that we have been conversing with in the future, Bram and Pauline, and Giulietta, and Emma. Thank you. Bye.